Hello everybody, my name is Notepad Anon and I write games for fun, so what are we doing today? Well, today we are going to be going over basic role-playing. Yes, BRP, ERP, various other games that use the Chaosium game system of basic role-playing, which is terrible for every SEO, to play games in. Now, this was a request by Caffeine. Caffeine actually won last month's jam, so he got the choice to choose whatever case he wanted, and he selected a BRP case. And I've always been curious about BRP. I never really knew that much about it. I knew things like Call of Cthulhu, RuneQuest, but not really the nitty-gritty. And fun fact, just a casual fun fact for the whole family, there's a reason for that. Oh, hello, phone. Of course, like right when I start streaming, then you want to say hi. Let's actually check the phone. How's Note Mom doing? So, okay, but yes, basic roleplay is my Chaosium. Chaosium is kind of an interesting, individual to talk about, because if we go to Chaosium Incorporated right here, this is the major publishing company. They just put out the new Universal Game Engine, BRP. Now, you might see some of these games and be like, wait a second, that's Chaosium. And the answer is, yeah, that's Chaosium. Call of Cthulhu is probably one of the, if not the largest game in the world. It's probably second only to that Dragon game, but probably has more players than it simply by virtue of the entire Asian sphere, like in Call of Cthulhu. RuneQuest, universally agreed to be upon one of the most mystical and weird fucking settings available, with actually a very popular video game, with music you didn't hear, but you heard the spiritual successor to, because I couldn't find any good King of Dragon Pass music. Pendragon, another one of those major games out there. Very interesting, very odd game. 7th Sea, they publish 7th Sea. They've got their own con, which is actually just coming up next week, actually. Yeah, literally next week is Chaosium Con. I wasn't planning on this, but yeah. But you kind of see a lot of these things. This is BRP, though. When people mention BRP, they're usually talking about the kind of the generic system itself. This is basic roleplay. This is their personal system, and then there is actually a SRD right here. See right here, you can kind of see this. Quest World is their BRP. The Miskatonic technically is there. All of these things are actually here. And you gotta choose the right OGL, because technically they also own Quest World, which Quest World is a little bit weird because this used to be Hero Quest, but then it shifted to Quest World because this got sold to Hasbro. Yeah, that gets a little bit weird, but we're not gonna comment on it. Ha ha ha. But yeah, as you can kind of tell, the BRP is pretty big. There's actually quite a few different things that use the BRP system in one way or another, but there's a very distinctive but here. There's a little... Hello, phone. What do you need, phone? Yeah, out of every time you could start texting me, it's right now, but that's just my life. Now, why am I talking about BRP so much? Well, because this is what this case is about, A. And B, we aren't going over modern BRP. Nope, I've tricked you all. Yes, I've tricked all of you a little bit here. We're not actually going to go over modern BRP at all. We're going to go back in time a little bit. I want you to roll back the clock a little bit in time, because BRP is actually a fairly old system. If we go to basic roleplay, RPG, You understand what I mean by this game is fucking impossible. This game originally came out in 80. That's 1980, a little bit earlier than that, actually, if you want to be really specific about it, because this is just the generic rule book of RuneQuest. However, you also get to see some things. There's a few people who work on it, and this is where things start getting a little bit hinky. So, the main people you need to kind of understand who made BRP is Greg Stafford. Greg Stafford, Lynn Willis, and Steve Perrin. Now, this is where things get a little bit odd. Other major important people is things like Sandy Peterson. Sandy Peterson is very important to this entire thing. Very important. But these three are the ones who actually kind of started it. Greg Stafford is actually, Greg Stafford is the owner of Chaosium. Well, he was the owner. He was the designer of Pendragon, he co-designed RuneQuest, Ghostbusters, Prince Valiant, the HeroQuest systems. Pretty much, you don't have Chaosium without Greg Stafford. And back in 2018, he actually passed away. He pretty much kickstarted everything. When you think of Chaosium and a lot of their works, RuneQuest was one of his babies. Like, he actually made that, and the actual story of how, right here, White Bear and Red Moon, the reason why White Bear and Red Moon came to be will never not be fucking hilarious. The entire, according to myth, Greg Stafford was trying to hook up with a girl, a hippie girl, back in, like, the 70s, and and trying to impress her, he came up with Glorantha in its entirety and wrote the game White Bear Red Moon to pretty much hit on a girl. I'm like, based in Red Pill. That's all I gotta say. That he's the real hero we all need. But yeah, this is where things like Chaosium kind of got its beginning. But before this was it wasn't really Chaosium at this point, the way we kind of would think about it. But this came out in 1975, which would, as you kind of see here, later be referred to as Dragon Pass. Now, Greg Stafford is genuinely regarded fairly positively in the sphere. He doesn't have any, like, noticeable issues. The problem is, well, time. And Greg would actually leave, as you can kind of see here, Greg left Chaosium in 1998, as well as taking Glorantha with him. Now, this is where things start getting a little bit fucky-wucky when it comes to things like Glorantha and Your Own Quest and a bunch of games like these. You had a bunch of people working together on things, and people would leave, they would take their toys and go their own direction, he would want to do something else entirely. It was kind of a fucking mess. Not gonna lie. I'm just not gonna lie with anybody here. You ended up with things like Greg Stafford leaving, he took RuneQuest, which would later be made into HeroQuest, because RuneQuest got turned into a different game. Now, Steve Perrin here. Steve Perrin up a little bit. Steve Perrin he passed away in 2021. And he was a major individual in here. He actually wrote RuneQuest. He was actually one of the major writers behind RuneQuest, Stormbringer, and even Call of Cthulhu. He was one of those major individuals behind them as the RPG writer. He didn't make RuneQuest, he wrote RuneQuest. Which would actually kind of come to haunt him in a way, because Superworld, a game that I thought about going over but chose not to, because I just found it pretty late. Hello. Hello, Manly. How are we doing today? Now, there's Steve Perrin. Steve would go on to make his literal own version of RuneQuest. If I, let me see if I can find the exact name behind it. This is Steve Perrin's quest rules. Kind of see this. This is, I couldn't actually find a PDF of this. It's probably somewhere. The only way to get a hold of it in some way is this website. This website hasn't seen anything in years. This is back from 2016, technically updated in 2024. Yeah, this is Steve Perrin's quest rules. This is another variant of RuneQuest out there. And does this game exist somewhere? Yes. Would I want to try to find it? Yes. I would be curious and see what this game actually looks like. But this is kind of get you the idea of kind of how messy things is. Steve is not really as remembered over the years. Because Superworld didn't do well. Superworld really didn't do very well at all. And he would leave Chaosium due to Superworld's not doing too hot because, well, obviously he wasn't really kind of getting the necessary success that he wanted. But without him, he wouldn't really be here. Now, I also had another BRP game in this one called from ElfQuest, because when remember fucking ElfQuest, yeah, this is technically a role-playing game. I do have the PDF for this one. I might save it for a franchise game because it's kind of weird. But yeah, just to kind of give you the idea of how odd this kind of game was. But probably the one that everyone knows about in some capacity is Sandy Petersen. Sandy Petersen created Call of Cthulhu. He was very important in developing RuneQuest, obviously, but he made Call of Cthulhu. One of the largest, most successful games ever. He is a pretty much superhero in the RPG community. And he's still alive. He's 67. He's only 67? Fuck. But yeah, he is Mormon, actually, looks at. Yeah. 5 children, 15 grandchildren. Yeah. Mr. Petersen has been doing phenomenal. So it's like Dangerous Journey by Gygax. There's Open Quest, which is RuneQuest, but not. Yeah, Open Quest, but RuneQuest. Even though it's called Open, it's not free. Open, not free. Heresy crime. Oh, there's another. It is incredibly bizarre about the number of variants of, people kind of working together, and okay, this is apparently another variant. This is Open Quest. We'll let that open. But and you kind of even see here, Sid Meier's Pirates, Age of Empires 2, no less, Quake. He worked on the original Doom with Romero. He hasn't really wrote, generally speaking, when people say, Sandy Petersen wrote this, he's only really done Ghostbusters and Call of Cthulhu. That's kind of the only thing he's really cited for. If I look hard enough, you can probably find a bunch of credits. I didn't really want to look too hard because he's not really important to this story. But we're the story that we're going to be telling today a little bit. You kind of see, apparently he wrote an independent horror film. Cool. But yeah, Sandy Petersen is very important to this. But probably the most important person, the absolute most important person in this entire story is Lynn Willis. Lynn is a fascinating creature to talk about. Because you'll kind of see here, Lynn Willis did a lot of things. He was influential in turning RuneQuest into BRP. Vast majority of the thing we're going to be reading, Lynn is actually cited in one way or another. We're actually going to be going over his Ringworld art entirety. Willis co-designed the 5th edition of Call of Cthulhu. He worked again on the 6th edition. Willis was with Chaosium pretty much until he died in 2013. He was 30 years with the company. 30 years with the company. and he only left due to fucking Parkinson's, which would later bring back things like Greg Stafford and a couple other people. So we don't really hear about Lynn Willis all that much. Here, let me see, find a good yeah, this is Lynn. You don't really see much about him because he's not as exciting as I think like Sandy Peterson or any of these other ones. I don't think he's like he's not like, oh, this is the guy who wrote Call of Cthulhu. Oh, hey, this is the guy who wrote this. Not really. Lynn was the guy who made all those things possible. Like he was a major accelerant to everything, which this is another one, you know, at Lords of the Middle Sea. Don't even know what the fuck this game is. Let's see, forthcoming, yeah, Lords of the Middle Sea, which is inspired by his board war game. Cool, maybe this is something that we should keep an eye out on. Lords of the Middle Sea. I didn't even see this. No publication date has been announced. Yeah, I haven't really seen anything. It's probably out there, I just didn't see it. But yeah, that's kind of to give you the... I see the fucking duck. But yeah, that's kind of the basics of BRP. It's a little bit... like, worked for made levels for Doom and Quake. What a cool career. Yeah, the guy has actually done so many things. And a lot of these guys, like, you gotta remember this. Yeah, our hobby is old enough that most of the creators in the early days are dead, or yeah, they're all the early days are now in their, like, even if you were like pretty young in the early days, you're in your 60s now. Like, you got to remember a lot of this stuff started in the mid 70s. Like, even if you started, let's say you were like 20 and you owned 75 or something, you would be, let's see, you would be 50, you would be about 70, you'd be about, since we probably asked to do something, he would get 50. He would get $15. Yeah, that happens. Really? Sandy is not important to this curious case? Yes, actually. That's kind of the funny thing. Because you see all this stuff here, like, oh, wow. We're not really going over Rune Quest or Call of Cthulhu at all. We are instead going over its side project. The games we're going to be going over today, if I open my little folder up, where are you? The games we're going to be going over today are, you up, come on, baby, come on, I know you're a chunky boy, there we go. Or Nephilim, Other Sons, come on, open up. Stormbringer, 5th edition in Precision, as well as Ringworld. I said, as well as, there we go, as well as Ringworld. I deliberately chose games that were not part of the main ensemble. And the main reason I did that is I wanted to see what pretty much others have done with the BRP. And I was curious. Because one thing that you probably noticed, and even if you noticed today, there aren't actually many games that make sense. There aren't many BRP games, because Call of Cthulhu is massive. Like, if you actually look at, like, games that use the BRP system, there are very few that are fully published and out. And even there, you would think, like, okay, this is like a major license that's been out here forever. Like, okay, there's going to be a bunch of licensed games for it. No, there really isn't. Like, even if you do, like, let's do BRP games product listing. Let's do, like, product listing. Even let's go to right here. Basic role playing. What's actually here? core book, generic system, Call of Cthulhu, Mithras, which is another version of RuneQuest, mind you. Call of Cthulhu, RuneQuest, Call of Cthulhu. I don't know why you're here. Destined, what's Destined, everybody? Super heroic role-playing. This is a literal, but this still using Mithras. It's one of those very fascinating situations where there really isn't many games that you use in comparison to, let's say, for example, OSR games. Well, let's just call in comparison to, say, an OSR game. There's lots of OSR games. There's games that use OSR and do completely batshit insane shit with it, or barely qualify as OSR. There's a lot of PBTA games. Oh, okay, there's a lot of PBTA games that, kind of take the concept a lot further. BRP really doesn't have, a thriving, secondary game market. That's not really a thing, and the ones that do exist are variants of the same thing. You get things like Revolution D100, yeah, percentile. But one of the things with this is that it's kind of hard to see, is this BRP? Is this an actual BRP game, or are you just labeling it wrong effectively? Revolution D100, is that BRP? Are you even citing it as BRP? I really don't know half the time, and I found that kind of interesting, as this came from RQ6, and they lost the license, so they had to rebrand based on the rule set. So these are all just based on the rule set. Yeah, Ringworld, no way, go with Nephilim first. I'm interested in that one. I have basic roleplay with Fantasy Edition at home. Fun fact: all this most different from other games. Revolution D100 is in BRP. Okay, cool. Yeah, you don't see as many games come out for BRP. Genuinely speaking, when I was kind of going through this, I wanted to look at things that were very clearly labeled as these are BRP. Not a kind of like a subdivision or a revolutionized version of it, being what's just a game that uses the system. Now, all of these have their own very unique thing, but to give you an idea, Ringworld is technically Chaosium. Stormbringer is technically Chaosium. You can kind of see here Lynn Willis. Nephilim is not Chaosium, but they did publish it. Other Suns isn't at all. And we're going to start way back in time. All right, everybody? Are you ready to go back in time with me? We're going to look at a game called Other System. Delta Green is a BRP game since it uses the Legend OGL. Logger's RuneQuest with trademark. You understand where things get a little bit fucky-wucky. Yes, welcome to Other Suns. Now, Other Suns is actually a fairly popular game. You may be wondering, what do you mean this is a fairly popular game? You kind of look at all the people here, you're like, oh, all right. What's this game about? Well, also odd. Delta Green kind of needs its own thing. That's kind of the big thing. Delta Green, Call of Cthulhu, those are arguably pretty big. That kind of go outside the scope of what this kind of thing is. But I deliberately wanted to go with little games that probably nobody has heard of Ringworld, or people who have heard of Ringworld probably have never looked at it too deeply. That's why I find it interesting. Or you get things like Other Suns. Now, Other Suns is a little bit interesting. Kind of see here, this game came out in 1983 by Fantasy Games Unlimited. You can see there, Fantasy Games Unlimited, founded in 1975 in Jericho, New York. Now, one of the bigger things here these were one of the very first people to really get into role-playing games. And they're still around, technically. If you go right here, Fantasy Games Unlimited, they're still around. You might have even heard of some of their games. Villains and Vigilantes, we've talked about briefly. Privateers and Gentlemen, I believe we talked about it. Even things like Bushido. Yes, Bushido. Argued to be one of the absolute first, role-playing games out there. They were right in there. They were right in the heart of things. You don't hear about them really much anymore. You hear about you hear about them frequently when it comes to things like Villains and Vigilantes, which probably is one of their most popular games. Kind of see here. Probably people talk about Villains and Vigilantes pretty consistent. But no one talks about fucking Psyworld. Like, you don't hear about a lot of these games. And if you go to their miscellaneous games, this is where things get a little funny here. They're the ones who also did things like Bunnies and Burrows. They publish it anyway. Freedom Fighters, the RPG. Realistic combat simulations. They have a bunch of these very old games because they went hard on it. And that was one of their beliefs, is that, like, we need to kind of capitalize on this wargaming market. And it's like Royal Armies of the Hyperborean Age. If you want wargame stuff, it's there. You also kind of see, like, Other Suns. The only Other Suns thing you can really find is right here. I couldn't really find anything else about it. Yeah, okay. Now we're going to talk about Other Suns a little bit. Other Suns. Oh, goodness. But yeah, you kind of see here, they've got a lot of different games. They've even published War Ring, the original edition of War. Now, Other Suns is probably one of the, if not the, one of the first major non-Chaosium BRP games, written by a guy named Niall C. Shapero. Now, I did a little bit of looking around. Who is Niall? Who is Niall? This is Niall. Hello, Niall Shapero. This is the same person, by the way. He's an older gentleman. 30 years real-time embedded development experience of full software lifecycle. He's from LA. He's been a novelist. You kind of see what he's been doing. We'll talk about that. He's been a consultant for many years on software things, software engineers, consultants. And if you really go all the way back, he was a software engineer back in the late 80s. But this game came out kind of about 4 years after he started his software career. And he's an older, 4 years before he started his software career. I don't really talk about it anymore, but that's not saying that we haven't stopped. Because Niall is a little bit different. I see probably some of you could, probably some of you are seeing something else on there. I went with Cameo. This is Niall right here, software engineer, science fiction author. You follow me, I will follow you. Installing Spring. Yeah, he standard Twitter man, nothing too exciting. Yeah, oh, the Republicans are fascists. Stop spending UK so we take care of our own. Starting fuck off. The Niall thing. This is a Wiki Fur article. Now, is a novelist and software engineer who lives in LA, married to Kay Shapero. Shapero is designer of the Other Suns role-playing game, as the operator of the Stormgate Airy BBS. He was referred to as the Mad Russian Psysop, and was founder and primary organizer of FurNet. He was one of the founders of arguably one of the largest furry internet communities available for role-playing furry communities. Yep. He was there early on. He was he was always there. This is, you know, significant for founding Fernet Echoes repository for a bunch of things. Yeah. This guy is a hardcore furry and rather, you know, oh hell no, oh my god, curse knowledge. Yes, this guy is one of the important he made the first form games and they were furry RP games, not the first form games. No, those existed prior. The first furry form games. He was instrumental in making them. And that's primarily where Other Suns kind of got its, you know, existence from. Form games? They were literally role-playing on proto-forms. This was during the BBS era, mind you. This is in the early 90s. Yes. Roll a stretch skill. Okay, let's oh god, that's not how my fucking back's supposed to go. Oh god. Oh lord. Oh, there we go. Jesus, Usenet gaming. Yeah. Yeah, electronic bulletin board. He was one of the major people behind that. Largest network was FidoNet. Yeah. FidoNet. He was kind of a instrumental individual in getting various parts here. Yeah, when you have a literal entry on Wikifur, it's a little bit wonky. Now, I noticed this right down here. It co-authored with G.S. Cole the novel Red Skies, posted by Jarlidium Press. Jarlidium, yes. Press organization by Tebow and Flinthoof Pony Pal. Flinthoof Pony Pal, everybody. You really thought that you were going to get out of this case without Flinthoof Pony Pal. Hello, everybody. It's me, Flinthoof Pony Pal. Yeah, this is this is one of those places that one of the reasons I actually wanted to start with this as well. They're pretty much like a fanzine company. They actually, if we go over here, oh god, oh Jesus, like, oh, currently contracted will be sit right now. I can offer much new project in timely fashion. Yeah, I mean, this is Red Skies. That's a, oh Jesus. Oh Jesus Christ almighty. Yeah, this is Red Skies. This is his, one of his books. This is his book. Yep. First, the Chinese Crusade cover art by... This is a 300-page novel of turning people into furries. If I can't tell, it sounds more like a disease or a stripper name. On a herring day. Yeah, this is one of those beautiful disaster pieces that I found fascinating. These are the guys who also publish N-Town, which I really like N-Town, and I think everyone should also read N-Town eventually, because it's just really good. I need to actually finish it. They haven't been publishing it for a while. But yeah, just to kind of give you, oh, jeez. Just to kind of give you, what we're getting into. This is one of the absolute earliest role-playing games. TTRPGs were not 10 years old at this point. You know, called the game the original Pets in Space games. Literally one of the absolute earliest RPGs. And it was a fucking science fiction furry game. Alright. Now, this is actually broken up into multiple different books. As you can kind of tell, let me see if I can bring out the... This is the primary book. This is really all you need to play the game. I'm actually going to bring out the world book. Has there ever been a second edition of this game? No, there's never been a second edition or anything like that. This is 68 pages of world building. As you can kind of see here, here's all our furry creatures. Yeah, there are just people here. You can just play people like just human beings if you want. And just to kind of give you an idea of what the setting is like, I would consider this 1980s, I would say high sci-fi, if that makes sense. Not like super big or anything. I would consider it probably on terms with Traveler tier, or what, like, kind of give you the idea. Like, when did Traveler come out? Like, Traveler. When did Traveler first come out? 1977. Okay. So, they kind of give you, this to kind of put you on, like, the correct thing. You could kind of call Other Suns Furry Traveler, to kind of give you the technological scale. And the big idea is the hegemony. There's a full planet system here if you really want to. And in case you're wondering, thank you very much. They do track everything. Table for escape velocities for given planet radius and density values. Oh my god. Yeah. Good times, everybody. Yeah, this is one of those bits where you kind of gotta look at here and you're like, all right. He literally just made his own setting because he was autistic. God damn, that's a lot of tables. So what's the theory? The TTRPG has been cancer from the start. Yes. End Town sounds like a pole green tech. It's End Town, thank you very much. Not End Town. Very different. Yeah, so it's yeah, I think the best way to think about it is it's Traveler tier, but we're gonna go through, and of course I need to draft only the most capable individual out. That's why I brought in Ray. Hello, say hello everybody to Ray the White. He's going to be helping us today go through a magical adventure and learning how to navigate Other Suns. And some of you may be looking at this who know BRP and being like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, welcome to, this is the character sheet, and very, very simple. You might be seeing, what the fuck is that? Criminal law, private system law? Yeah, we're playing a space lawyer in this game, because I wanted to see how far I could break it. But let's keep going. Let's get popping, everybody. What is a role-playing game? What, how are you gonna do? How do we use these rules? Equipment need to play. They do kind of go over here. It's very fascinating because they don't. These older games, it's like 2 pair of 20-sided percentile dice. This is a weird way of them wording. It's just a percentile dice. It is kind of interesting. If you wanted to ever go through time a little bit and being like the history of semantics and things like that, changing it from D100 to D10, ones with 10 place, ones with not, versus the 2 pair of 20-sided percentile dice. This is one of those bits that I find interesting. Within these rules, dice will be referred to as following abbreviations. D16 dice, for example, may be needed for a telekinetic attack. Yeah, they kind of go over like how to roll dice, but when you see things that are like, wow, this looks really weird. Hey, oh, this game came out before D10s were created. I guess actually, no, I believe 10-sided. No, they wouldn't have had, would they? Because they have the 12-sided. I'm thinking because they have the 12-sided dice. Law and Order. Yeah, first off, what the fuck? Yeah. Other says is not. Yeah, no, it's actually, they do have D10s, mind you. They do have D10s. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going insane. He just didn't want to give it this the way that it's been worded. Because you gotta remember, when we're going over some of these older games, they do not have the 40, 50 years of experience we have today. When they were referencing like, oh man, I need to reference another game, they were referencing a game that came out 3 years ago. It was like, yeah, the literal founding of this hobby was built on, this man could literally call up Gary Gygax and be like, hey man, I'm writing this game, can you give me some help? And he's like, yeah, here, what do you need? He could have done that. Yeah, kind of like here, Homo sapiens went out into the Lidoran hegemony, multi-species, multi-star star government. It developed while human race was building the pyramids in Egypt. Years mankind developed on Earth, the myriad of races forged a multi-species empire that covered most of the third galactic rim. Yeah, yeah, pretty much if you want a basic summary of the lore, the best way to think about it is there's the space empire. We pretty much fought the space empire. We fucking lost. We fucking lost against them, but we're like, oh hey, we just don't understand. Give us some technology. We proceeded to conquer most of the galaxy, and then they glassed us. Yeah, better. Virtually all technological of their opponents, though the humans were by and large better at the bloody game of mass warfare and killing than a majority of the species, terribly outnumbered in the Second War. Yeah, we literally tried to become 40k and we just failed. They brought us back on board, but it was like, yeah, no, we could have won if we kept going. That's the funny bit. That is the setting, is like humanity kept trying to fucking kill everybody. Yeah, modern D10s, yeah. I imagine the dude calling Mark Miller being like, hey, can I get your world gen for my furry sci-fi game? Yeah, pretty much. You kind of get the idea behind it. This is one of those just completely weird moments where it's like, yes, this setting can be very easily summarized as humanity fucked around and found out. But then the species of aliens also fucked around and found out. But then we immediately, this is page 7, mind you, we learn how to create a character. Characteristics are pretty standard ones we're going to see constantly. Strength, intelligence, will, constitution, endurance, dexterity, charisma, length, build, and size. Now, you kind of see here, there's some odd ones. We're going to see 2d6 plus 6 be the most common one available. Now, generally speaking, we're just kind of seeing this in like kind of the 3-6 range and things like that. I decided to not play a human because we're not playing humans. I decided to play a Hireli. It's welcome to Horelli, which is a little fox people. They have their own stats. Thus, we have things like strength of 10, an intelligence of 17, a willpower of 5, 13 constitute, because he had to roll quite literally just 3d6 for will, and I'm like, cool, 3d6. I rolled a fucking 5. Like, I am a terrible fucking lawyer. Like, I don't know how. He just rolled really well for his dex and intelligence, which is going to be a reoccurring theme, by the way. But one of the weirder ones are things such as length, the height of the character in centimeters, which is, for a human, mind you, let me bring out my dice roll. This is very important. Let me bring out my 6d20. Yeah, let me bring out my 6d20 roll. Okay, let's see. We got 4d20, 5d20. Do I need? Okay, let's roll my 6d20 real fast. Okay, so we've got 30. We got 30. 30. 47. That would be 47. I'm trying to rapidly do math in my head, but I'm at it in my head. 66. 66. We are 176 centimeters. Yeah, that's how you determine your length. And your length is actually important in a way. I just gave all the very rules light. It's let's see, man. So if the people want to see Manly, someone else is gonna need to foot the bill. But yeah, so length, and then we have build is like the massiveness of bone structure. Yeah, the massiveness of bone structure, which is different from size. Because your size, and this is another one of those things that I find to be incredibly bizarre, is, oh, wrong button. Your size is, as you can see, your length divided by 10 plus your build divided by 3 minus 1 rounded up. So, your mass in kilograms is your size to the third, divided by 100. This is complete autism, and it's only going to get worse from here. This is by far the shortest game, but took me one of the longest to get through. Ability to launch telepathic attacks, because telepathy and, like, psychic powers are very big in this setting. You know, telepathic resistance. And this is the sample character. Say hello to Mikhail. My brain hurts. Yeah, say hello to Mikhail. As you can see, he is the most handsome of Russian gentlemen. And you gotta remember, this was written when the USSR was still around. Like, he's just this... like, yes, hello, Mikhail, how are you doing? Every time I look at his face, it looks so good, it gets goofier. It's goofier by the minute. It just gets worse and worse. I love it. It looks like a hobbit. It looks like a hobbit got thrown in a taffy puller. Yes. Maximum minimum characteristics. And then we start doing the derived attributes. The plentiful amounts of derived attributes. Accuracy, 2 times int plus dex plus will, but actually it would be 2 times, like, I hope you are doing your proper math into this. we'll use Ray for example. Let me just plug this in for everybody so people kind of understand what this actually is. Like, do you know how to do your algebra? Because at first I was like, wait a second, like, is this, like, yes, and this is actual algebra. If you want to calculate your, let's say if I want to calculate Ray's personal abilities here, what it would be his 17 plus his 19 plus his will. Where's his will? A will of 5 minus 52. This would be what you would have to plug in to get his accuracy, which turns out to be 25, which is really good, only held down by the fact that he has a dog will. You're going to have to do these for every single one. Intelligence in this game is really powerful, by the way. This is an insanely powerful ability. And we're going to see the consistent idea of like what bonus damages we're going to be getting. And we're also going to have to be dealing with the power of dodge. Dodge is one of the most fascinating abilities in these games. Because dodge is almost always treated slightly differently each game. Slightly differently. The best idea to think about it is your ability to avoid being hit with an attack. Easy enough to understand. You probably can't dodge things such as a gunshot, but the general idea is that you're going to be making a dodge check anytime here. Sometimes this is considered to be its own unique skill. Sometimes it's not. Ray is pretty good at dodging, relatively speaking, with a 26%. Because everything in this game is D100 based. You're gonna take your 2D10, well nowadays anyway, you're gonna roll, and I rolled an 11. That's under my dodge, I've dodged out of the way. Hey, I need to make a strength check. What's gonna happen when you try to make any of these kind of like your attribute checks? You're gonna be timesing it by 3, 2 or 3 or various other values, and then trying to roll that. That's how you're gonna calculate that. So for example, strength check, 4 times 3 would be under 30. I roll a 75, I fail. Oh no. Let's say I need to make a business arrangements law check. Roll and, oh, I rolled a 16. I rolled really well. Kind of give you the basics of how that kind of works. And applied versus multiple opponents, dodge is increased. Dodge is increased weird. Every time you dodge, save you from an attack, you're going to be able to increase it by 1d10%. You have to first roll the intelligence of the character, then you get to do it. Only once per expedition though. Well, pretty much once per session. This is in contrast to how some abilities are going to be used and how leveling up, but this is also how you calculate your dodge ability. It's generally times 5. We'll see for like the older versions, times 3 is really popular. Times 3 was a default for a while. What the fuck is that formula? Yeah, technically your build influences your ability to dodge. Yeah. Hit points. You want to know how you calculate your hit points? Hit points are treated pretty normally in this game. Contrasting what we're going to see later on, especially when it comes to things such as Ringworld. Hit points, this is actually how you have to calculate your hit points. So I'm gonna walk you through this real fast, just so we all know what's going on. To get your hit points, it's your size times 2/3. It's effectively, if we want to be a little bit specific, it's size times plus 2d6 plus 0.66 plus your con times 0.33, which is further than you have to do this properly. This was how it would look correctly. Yeah, this would be it. Plus, and your double parenthesis end times 0.25. Close that. Subtract 5. Plus will, which is plus will times 0.8. It wouldn't be 0.8. It would be 1.8 would be 0.125 times 1.125. Close that minus 1. This would be the full calculation of how to get your health. This is at what you would have to do effectively. What the? This changes drastically over time, and like actually like going through it isn't actually too bad. Like once you like actually plug in the numbers and put it in, it's not too bad. But just remember, this is the formula you have to know. You have to actually plug in to get your HP. Ray has an HP of 12. He plugged in all of those numbers for 12, which is still under his fucking con. All because his will. It's great. I love this fucking disaster piece. And he walks you through it. Knowledge. We would consider knowledge what would be later known as, and what's probably best known as, is an idea roll. It's kind of like your book learning ability. Knowledge is fairly important. Ray actually isn't very smart, because he has very low will. Ray got fucked by his willpower, by the way. Every single thing in his life has been influenced by his complete lack of will. Luck, same idea. Manipulation, same idea. This is the manipulation. Fucking calculation. Observation. Fuck it. Pay notepad. Okay, we're running an ad, everybody. You see you in a bit. We're gonna run 2 ads. Thank you all very much. See, this is the funny thing. I guess Notepad specifically searches for furry games to prove furries are aids to the community. No. Okay, we've got 4 ads coming in. We've got 5 ads. We have to put out here, everybody. Welcome aboard, everybody, where I get to have my audience pay me for ads. We've got 6 ads. Let me just write this down. Let me just do 6 different ads. There we go. We've got 7 ads. There we go. We've got 7 ads to run, everybody. 8 ads. You could have bought Manly in the corner, but you didn't bring on Manly, did you? You gotta. No. I will endeavor to do them all. I can't run ads back to back though. I will love myself. Meatland deemed a manly co-host. Well, obviously, there we go. Lovecraft's cat himself, Manly Salmon. Manly has been deployed. Whatever you do, don't look up Lovecraft's cat's name. Worst mistake of my life. Yeah, I deliberately try to invoke the other 2 very popular BRP games. Hey, that's not the name of Lovecraft's cat. You're right. See, Manly is going to make another appearance in this when we go over the next game, in fact. But yeah, observation. Parrying, which is this fucking disaster piece. Yeah, just look at yourself one day and be like, does my system have me do this? And yeah, welcome to persuasion, various persuasion amounts. Stealth is its own thing. One thing I did notice with other sons is you don't have a lot of skills over here necessarily, like you'll see in subsequent BRP games. You instead have a lot of your abilities here. This is your main thing that you're going to be doing. I didn't really calculate any of these because these were kind of a little bit of a side thing in my opinion. But the interesting bit here is these are important and they're kind of their own thing, but if it's like, oh no, I'm being attacked by a monster, roll a dodge check. Oh no! You need to make a manipulation check. Oh. And you're like, wow, these seem pretty low. Notepad, I'm like, yeah. Dear God, actually, an actual college is less complicated than that parry formula. Yeah, which is physical characteristics will change only through training. Mental characteristics can either be trained or increased through field experience. You pretty much need to get jacked to do this. Training attempt to be successful, player must roll under 5 times species maximum minus current characteristic on a D100. Yeah. You're kind of going to be see here. You're going to be slowly and trying to like build up your skills. Because these are very important. It's like why willpower and things like this. You're going to be spending a shit ton of money to train. But this kind of informs a very interesting note about this game. Remember where this game kind of got played often? A BBS form. The training cost of things like characteristics and things suddenly make a little bit more sense because you might say, oh, well, I'm just going to train, and you might not be on for a month, but if you're not on for a month, that means you're still training. You're just paying money to train or something like that. You can also technically get training cost reductions by virtue of having high charisma. Yeah. Welcome aboard. It's great. Exchange only through experiences follow. Successful leadership of any expedition may result in increased charisma. Roll for improvements for normal characteristic training. It is successful as per will. Unsuccessful may lose points of charisma following a disaster. Yeah. If you go under the impression that the game was built for effectively online furry role-playing, then suddenly some of these mechanics start making a little bit more sense. But yeah, it's train your fucking skills and abilities, because you gotta. Oh yeah, don't forget to calculate your encumbrance value, by the way. It may not be trained based. You literally have to, here's the thing. If you want to train your intelligence and things, you have to be smart. It's good. Look, RPGs are for nerds. Nerds love math. That's why RPGs are weird now, because they don't have enough algebraic formulas. So it's the ancestor of EVE Online. It was always the ancestor of EVE Online. We're always Eve. Yeah. MB is the body weight in kilograms of the adventurer in his native gravity, and fractions are rounded up. Yeah, welcome. Yeah. Now, time and things like this are pretty interesting. Now, a melee round is 12 seconds long. One exchange of telepathic or psionic attack, possible multiple hand-to-hand attacks, parries, possible repeated firing of missile weapons, all take place during a melee round, 12 seconds long. That means we effectively have about 5 rounds in a minute. But you can do a lot of things. We go over kind of like how to move around the planetary side of things. What's a major river? What's a force? How long it takes that? What's rolling hills looking like? What's mountains looking like? Melee movement. Now, your length actually, so I say your length actually determines how fast you're going to be moving. Ray has a length of 148. Therefore, he's going to be moving effectively 3 meters in a round. I'm going to call them rounds, or I'm going to use kind of the terms interchangeably. Knows there's a little bit odd when it comes to the noting. And yes, you can play a quadruped in this game. That is entirely possible. Movement class 8 and most other intelligent races in the game. Yeah. Powered suits. What's your velocity? And depending on your vehicle, movement per turn. Now, in one turn, you may advance cautiously at half his melee movement. And this to kind of give you an idea. Characters running, you will actually be burning your endurance doing this, because endurance is fairly important. Normal space movements. Speed of light is only velocity in normal space. It's undergoing constant acceleration. Yeah, welcome aboard. Okay, so we're determining our velocity rating here real fast, just to make sure that we're all... but you should make a special exception to a curious case on EVE Online. I don't think I can do that because we have the Down the Rabbit Hole coming out. It's the Down the Rabbit Hole on EVE Online is not going to be a video anymore. I don't think it's a video anymore. I think it's going to be a magnum opus of every single thing fucking he's ever done and he will ever do. Nothing will ever compare to like the 10-hour nightmare formula of EVE Online. It is going to be a gigantic fucking video. God help us all. Yeah. So, the melee round. 2 systems for resolving such combat. Basic system and complex. A complex advanced system for experience, or possibly masochistic. In a melee round, an adventurer may perform one of the following actions. Prepare a weapon, move, or, do pretty much something basic, or punch someone. That's kind of the basic idea. Or, something is coming at you, please evade. Now, actions are resolved in order of the dex factor. This is not dex factor, what we'll be talking about later, but the idea is an adventure with a lower roll acts first. Adventurers with equal rolls act simultaneously. Adventurers with a result of 0 or less, the roll acts simultaneously. So, as you can kind of see here, the higher your dex, the lower the higher your dex, the lower your dex factor. So for Ray, for example, we see here he has a dex of 19. Here, that means he has a dex factor of 2. So I'm gonna roll 2d6 plus 2. I rolled 12. I rolled a 14. So people who roll less than me are going to be going faster. But that may be a good thing. That may be a bad thing because you're now being able to react to others. One of the more fascinating situations in this is going later doesn't how do I want to word this? Going later will actually possibly remove your actions. Because remember, you can do, this is basic combat. And basic combat, you're going to possibly have to remove one of your actions, your one action. You might have to get rid of it to invade. So combat actually has a pretty good beat to it, relatively speaking. You're going to notice that's also a very common thing in BRP games, where combat is actually has a good tempo. where even if there's, let's say there's 5 people on the fight, let's say there's 3 people on one side and 2 people on another, really there might be only 2 actions, really, 2, 3 actions taking place because people are trying to dodge out of the way and not get hit. Going slower means getting shot first, and that's usually bad. You'll have a total of 2 attacks or 2 parries and one attack and 1 parry per melee round. If I want to fight you, I can attempt to bonk bonk, block block, bonk block. Only in melee. Number of shots, yeah, are given in terms of action point cost, because forget the fucking action point. Yeah, welcome to various action points. Yeah, that's a weird one. Yeah, action points are. The entire idea behind action points, and it's funny when people call it like this is the advanced method. The advanced method is something we're going to see later on. You're going to make your statement of intent. You're going to make your movement, resolution of melee, missile, and various attacks, resolution of melee. Now, basic idea behind your melee attack, always going to roll D100 and roll under. Easy peasy lemon squeeze. Whatever your attack is, that's what you're going to be doing. Ray here, with Ray literally has no... Ray has no ability to defend himself. He has a evade skill of 20. That's all he has. He's not actually a combatant. But you might have a weapon like sword, for example, and if you have a sword, for example, you might have abilities associated with it, allowing you to bash your fucking skull in. Right here. Easy enough to understand. And you even got things like your accuracy, for example, which is its own thing, by the way. Now, the more action points you have, like in melee, timing of certain events is critical to the final resolution of the conflict. This is the idea of action point expenditures. Hello, helicopter. How are you doing? You're going to be spending action points to do things. Each of these action points is effectively like a second taking place. So if I have, like, I want to try to break down a door, that's 2. It's 2 per attempt, 2 action points per attempt. But then you get things I want to fire an Uzi, where you can absolutely light someone up very quickly. This is the most important aspect about this game when it comes to the advanced combat system. Yeah, to kind of give you an idea, you're going to have a lot of action points. RPGs have fallen. RPGs have fallen. Millions must math. Yeah. Wielder lend modifier to action point cost of attacks. Dex modifier to action point cost of an attack. Literally, depending on the amount of action points that you're spending, that's the amount of time it effectively takes you to do things. This is one of the most obtuse ways to doing this physically possible. It's fucking bizarre. Which to enter a spaceship through an airlock in deep space, he would have to open the outer airlock 5 action points. Spending 1 movement point, he enters the airlock, 1 action point. Closing the door behind him, an additional action point. Cycle the airlock from 0 pressure to 1 atmosphere. 10 action points. Total time required is 27 seconds. Yeah. Yes, the advanced combat is tracked in seconds. Yeah. He may parry, may attempt to he may not expend action points in simply any desired fashion. He may not, for example, break off hand-to-hand combat, expending action points to employ movement points to flee his enemy without allowing his opponent to re-attack, which is its own thing, by the way. And then we have our various hit locations, which you kind of see here. Generally speaking, you don't want to get shot anywhere because dying hurt. Yeah. Your endurance points act as kind of like an over health, if that makes sense. The more over health you have, the better. That's kind of like your ability to take a little bit of hits there. Hit points, however, are more of like your meat points, what we would traditionally think of meat points. You take a lot of damage, you take damage and it goes to your HP, you're going to be laid up for quite a while. As you can kind of tell by Ray here, he's got 12 hit points, not a lot, but he's got 15 endurance. So his endurance is going to get reduced, and then his hit points are going to, which is like, oh, well, that seems absolutely terrible. Like that seems painful. And the answer is yes. You know, in case you'd either lose conscience until he rolls, till his total end becomes 1 or greater. The best way to think about it is that you're gonna go down. You're gonna go unconscious before you die. But if you get shot in the fucking head, you're probably going to die. Like, you're going to just fall over dead. Sorry, that's just how it goes. Kind of see here. Here's like the base weapon chances, base probabilities. That's why I say accuracy is kind of its own thing. But it's not its own thing. Interesting as my roleplay games usually include leather rope and ball gag. Naughty, naughty, we can't be saying this. Naughty, naughty. Clean bows, clean cuts. Yeah, they have an obsession with melee weapons. These are all the crit. Yeah, there's a lot of crit options here. If you're using a stabbing weapon and you get a clean stab, you might just outright kill someone, because you stab them in the eye socket. Or, hey, you got a blunt weapon, and you're 1/10 or less necessary to hit. You're gonna hit it. Now, the 1/10 rule is pretty simple. Let's say I have a 50% in something. If I roll between a 1 and a 10, that actually 1 and a 5, I've crit effectively. You got the critical. This is also how they end up doing with like exceeding 100, which just lowers the crit, which increases the crit value. At a certain rate, you're gonna crit every single roll. You just have this microscopic chance of failure, but it's not really gonna be super fail. Yeah, here's probably one of the very few games that has a bodkin as a weapon, or a katana, not a katana, a nodashi, a naginata, poleaxe. How can we forget just tonfas? You have tonfa options, a cestus. I do like having cestises. Harpoons, a boar spear. There's a boar spear, very different. Bolas, nunchaku. It's good old-fashioned nunchucks. Stiletto. Remember, this is a game about space. Like, you gotta remember, this is an important thing to remember. This is a game about space, and by sheer technicality, you can bring your kukri to the fight if you really want. Like, I want to bring my nunchucks to my laser gun fight. Yeah. Indicate that they are engineering aboard various small cargo carrying starship local circuit. Yeah, to kind of give you an idea. Yeah, fucking cat people. Yeah, if you were using a recoilless pistol, that's different than a recoiled pistol versus a grid automatic rifle or machine gun. There's actually not many like missile options, like missile weapons in general. We haven't really hit, if it makes sense. If you want to do like laser guns, you're going to be doing with kind of these hand blaster things over here. But there aren't really many, comparatively speaking to say, like the amount of melee weapons, there really aren't that many. But you also have the idea of bringing a 357 Magnum to your furry combat game, or my 44 Magnum. Or a mortar. You can bring a mortar if you want. I have no fucking idea why you would bring a mortar or a crossbow. You want to bring a heavy crossbow to the kit. Yeah, nothing's gonna stop you. You kind of got some blaster rifles and things like that. Or the Uzi. Very specifically, the Uzi. The Uzi Mark 7 is horrifying, by the way. It is probably one of the scariest fucking guns in the game. For one very particular reason. Uzis can put down about 600 shots in about half a second. They could just absolutely shred somebody, because if they get a good enough, if they light you up with an Uzi, you're dead. There's like no way you're getting out of there. Ninja Turtle manly for this case. It's a sci-fi thing with mail, unless you come up with a good excuse like Dune, why do it? It's just stupid. Or like, weapons fuck up the ship, so you may as well use axes for boarding actions. Have no fear, it's my 10-foot laser pole. You know how it goes. The thing with like melee in space is that usually I see like the explanations of, hey, you know, we don't want to damage ships because that could kill us all, so we use boarding axes. Legend of the Galactic Heroes, kind of that's the way they do it. The other one is I like the it's just more ceremonial. Like I can just shoot you with a gun, but that's not nearly as like honor bound. Or you end up with like the Dune situation where it's like, yeah, we can shoot you with a laser gun, but you probably have a personal shield. You have the Ringworld way. I have a shield. You won't be ceremonial to fucking pirates shitting up your system. Exactly. Like, it's one of those things where you see like the Marines have their sword and stuff. You have like a Marine with a sword. It's like he doesn't use the sword for combat. It's part of the dress blues kind of thing. Or you end up in a Or you end up in situations where like, oh, random soldiers have like an entrenching tool and shit. If I'm in the dreadful future where everything is, you know, terrible. You know, everything is terrible and awful and just nightmarish. Like, and I have my laser gun. And someone's rushing at me, you know, some crazed lunatic is rushing at me with like 2 axes in his hand. I'm gonna start shooting that guy. But if he's up close, I'm getting the entrenching tool out. I'm going bam. I'm beating a motherfucker to death. Die, alien, die. Like Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck this shit. I'm out. This one is one of those moments like I have no idea why I can bring nunchucks to a fight. Even though it is hysterical for me to bring a nunchuck to a fight. Oh my god, we need someone with very precise skills to save the day. If only someone knew nunchucks. For Legend of the Galactic Heroes, everyone's wearing effectively combat armor. Rubber slugs would just bounce off. You would need something either really high powered or you would need an axe. That's kind of the idea there. Now, mind you, just normal fucking people, they are going to go down pretty quick. Also, rock. Situational modifiers for modern weapons. Firer is braced, 9% bonus. Oh boy, you're moving, you're immobilized, you're a vehicle. Wide beam energy weapons, gyro steadied various weapons. Just to kind of give you, this is a... Have no fear, the 1911 is here. Even in the future, you cannot stop just a 45 from a 1911 Italian-made weapon. You know, various, you know, they even go down to things like, oh, here's a projectile type for your various rounds. Yep. Yeah, like, actual projectile rounds are actually way better than, like, just standard rifles. Like laser guns are more consistent, but they are, like, not really great. You know, for all intents and purposes, half damage listed as above, as lasers are not the most effective weapons against what are, for all intents and purposes, giant water balloons. Yeah, laser weapons suck in, like, person-to-person combat. Getting shot with a 45, you're just gonna fall over dead. Like, you're just not having a good time. Yeah, phosphorus grades, have no fear. Wanna pop a bitch? Oh, strength requirements. Cool. Armor. Various body armor types. Various bits. This is one of those, like, fascinating looks at, like, what the fuck are you smoking? Mm. Yeah, my mom's trying to quit smoking. She's not having a good time with it. Various different kinds of body armor going on, and again, it likes to remind you every now and again, like, this is a furry game. Cook the furry games. They kill a furry with nunchucks. Yeah, specialties and skills. We've finally hit the skill section, by the way. These are some of the skills. The skills are a little bit interesting, and I need to tell people how these work. So I'm going to do my best, because it's not the traditional way of like, oh, you just get a bunch of percentiles or whatever, and that's what you have. Not really. So, the best way to think about it, you're going to be learning skills in a few different ways. You're going to be doing training attempts, you're going to be doing through experience checks, which you have to make an int check to succeed at, mind you. And each critical roll, you get more thing. Generally speaking, you're going to, the more you get it, the more stuff you get, you might getting 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 d6 a successful one. Generally speaking, how to increase a skill is doing a thing, which is going to be the most consistent part of BRP. You do the thing, you do an action, you get it. Sometimes it's if you fail an action, sometimes if you succeed at an action. Generally speaking, as long as you're doing something, you're getting it. This is where it gets a little bit weird when it comes to specialties and subspecialties. You're going to choose any specialty you wish, any school of thought that you want to be. And what you're going to get for that specialist, you're going to get 35 plus whatever your int is, plus whatever your knowledge bonus, to your primary subfield. And everything else is going to get half of that value. And everything is going to get half of that value. And half is starting skill level in his primary subfield. And, his skill level will be base value plus bonuses. Okay. So, I'm going to try to do my best to kind of give you all how this works. Let's say, for example, we want to say we are a computer. Let's say we're, actually, no. We'll go into, where's law? You kind of see colonization. This is kind of like your ability here, not espionage, law. Okay, here we go. Because Ray is classically trained in business arrangement law. This is his thing, business arrangement law. He's going to start with a 57 in it. That's a big thing. Business arrangement law, he has a 57 in it. All of these would have half of 57. So it would be... Let me just bring it up here real fast. 29. Each of the rest of these would be 29%. Now, you also get equal to your primary subfield. So all of these, 57%, history, legal semantics, and space law all become 57%. And your secondary subfields are bargaining, computer science, diplomat, or orator. Now, you all understand how this works. Okay, cool. It does that shit for everything. As you kind of see, there's a lot of these. Being things like a permanent colonist, does give you quite a few different, abilities to actually work with. Like, yeah, you are a very qualified individual because this is your specialty. This is your thing. Yeah. However, if you have above a certain amount, I believe it's above 50, you pretty much can choose any other one that you want. Right there. But you kind of see as a legal person, you get a few skills, and even if you get things like, oh, law enforcement, and you get things like kite shields, mag stunner, pistols, 38 caliber, various different kinds of law officer, line officers, because they want you to be an officer in the military. That's a big thing. Various martial arts artists have skills that they are equally proficient in. Yeah, have no fear. Various survival experts, various kind of soldiers and things like that. That's kind of how it works. You see, it's above, since it's above 50%, you get pretty much you get a free skill. That's the basics of things. Easy enough to understand, easy enough to understand. Yeah, the way that this is handled is really weirdly explained. But once you kind of get into it, it's like, okay, it kind of makes a little bit sense. Like, okay. But then you get skills, like, you get basic skills like the bribery skill, or business arrangements, organize their efforts in cooperative fashion to enrich themselves, corporate organizational law, the means of creating entities separate from their creators, and the whole field of contracts are contained here. Yeah, to give you an idea, Ray isn't a criminal lawyer. No, he's a business lawyer. He's a contract lawyer. Cool. Corporate formation, reorganization, and liquidation, securities, and partnerships. Yeah, you're not playing a fun lawyer. No, you're playing the other lawyers. Cheating. Yes, the cheating skill. Yeah, character's ability to cheat by tricky dealing, palming, cards, or similar tricks in games. A chance for manipulation of physical objects might prove useful to winning. Yeah, pulling coins out of people's ears, etc. Yeah, that's the magic tricks one. Yeah, you like the magic tricks ability? But skill in programming some greater machine intelligences. Operating systems. Because again, this was the 80s. And having a skill of like operating systems is pretty important. Like, you gotta remember, computers at this time were pretty fucking large, and this guy was kind of on the ground floor a little bit, so he wasn't stupid. He knew what they were, but again, in 1988, in 1985 when this game came out, your smartphone is space magic. This shit's magic. We're dealing with Star Trek level shit still, like in the ideas there. I think that's the thing that sometimes throws people off about some of these older games. Like, computers weren't a thing, really. You could be a criminal law, credit law. Yeah, he does have credit law. He does have criminal law. He can do criminal law, but he isn't really that good at it. Various ecology roles, mechanical, naval, first aid, general relativity, genetics, the jumping skill, legal semantics, which legal semantics is very important for a space lawyer, because your law skills are only equal to your legal semantics rating. So if you have 60 credit law, if I have, like, let's say I had 80 credit law, and my legal semantics are only 59, I would only be rolling as if it was 59. Map making, various martial arts abilities. I just have it to dodge, just to run away. I don't have any, it's my ability to run. Move quietly, oceanography, piloting, paleontology, pathology, private intersystem law, private international law, interaction between individuals, procedural law. Oh boy, my absolute favorite, my two absolute favorite goddamn skills in any game, which is rapid odds calculation, which is just the do things quickly, and robo-psychology. I don't know why. Robo-psychology. I love the fact that I can rules lawyer against the DM in this system, saying, well, in section 5.3.23.5 says this, and it goes against what you're trying to do. Yeah. Here's robo-psychology. Something about this just really speaks to the soul. Skiing, sociodynamics, sociology, just space law. Speak other languages. Spot cheating, which is very different from cheating. Statistics and probability theory. Topology, toxicology, xenobiology, xenolinguistics, weapon system operation. Yeah, skills are completely bonkers, and there is also an entire psionic system. The entire idea behind the psionic system is you have to expend your will and expend your endurance to get more action points to call upon the use of psionic powers, mostly telekinetics. Now, as you can kind of see here, you're not really going to be using your talents very often. They're actually kind of dangerous in a way. Now, you get things like awareness, clairvoyance, control self, empathetic healing, telekinesis. That's really it. You don't really get that many telekinetic things. The idea is, if you go here, increasing your TSC, because you want to increase it as high as possible, because that's going to allow you to make more telekinetic abilities better. The better you are doing it, the better you're going to be able to do it. I believe it's like 1 in 10 humans are technically telekinetic capable. Ray is not. So I kind of had to zoom through this section a little bit. Then making a living. Techno and duty jumps. You're in the military. Make sure you get all your ranking proper. That's going to be it. The final rank will be prefix, stem, suffix 1, suffix 2. So, if we're doing this correctly, if we want to do the final rank name, will be a prefix, mil, rank 131, rank 137 run will be mil pentar, Terrionier. Yeah, Milpentar Terrionier. That's the Quaron Eon Binar Questar. It was fucking. Yeah, welcome to if you want to start at the very bottom of you're pretty much just soul. You're going to be Solion. That's what you're just going to be, Solion. You have no suffixes there. If you are soul, Solitarian, that's very different. See here, 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 step, 6 step. This is autism. Various decorations, leave time and pay rates in the military. Hell yeah, pay rates in the military. Civilian life, industrial pay scale, other civilian careers. They literally do not talk about how much you make as a space lawyer. I couldn't really write that down. They do have an entire section on the idea of being cops, though. Technically, you want to play a bunch of furry space detectives, you totally can. Some kind of optimized pattern roll troll. Law psychology for ChatGPT. But nothing like athletics or melee, sport, combat skill. Why is so much sci-fi from this time period use telekinesis? Star Trek was hard sci-fi and it had it. A bunch of hard sci-fi writers include it just shows up everywhere in this period of genre. There's a very specific reason for that, in fact. During this time, there was a big thing of like new age stuff. That was actually a big factor. A lot of new age things like, oh, well, I have psychic powers, I have things like this. And it really showed that it wasn't magic, it was also science fiction. Well, we're very logical behind things. As you can kind of tell, we're very logical behind things. We have telekinetic power. We've unlocked the human mind. So it was kind of like Yeah, it's shit like it's always been there. Like, oh, we want to do like psi power, so like, yeah, in the future it'll be that. Also, interstellar transport costs. Have no fear of that. Uh, this is actually how you're going to be determining your like basic experience you're going to be end up getting. Generally speaking, you're going to get a shit ton of money because all non-military characters, save law enforcement officers and criminals, begin the game with 100,000, upwards of a couple $100,000. Ray started with $182,000. Uh, yeah. So here are the intelligent species of the world. All of them do have slightly different abilities and locations of where they can get shot. We played a not an Atlanti. To give you an idea of what they are, Atlanti are psychic fox monsters, and then we should all shoot them in the fucking head. None of them deserve life. Atata are weird. I don't know what the fuck you'd call that thing. A beast. The Bajora are giant bear people, as you can tell. They have to roll 5d20 plus 300 for their size. That's just something that we all kind of gotta accept in that regard. They're fucking huge. The Dactree, I have genuinely no idea why the fuck Dactree exist. All of these are Dactree, by the way. You start off as a lizard, you morph into a bug, which turns into a crustacean. I have no idea. I have genuinely no fucking clue. Yeah, it is one of the strangest fucking things I've ever, for hexapodal creatures. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, because the thing is, you start with no, like, these are all women, these are all men, these are genderless. You literally digivolve into a crab. I have no idea why. Yeah, these are the funny cat people. These are the felinoids. Femnoids, as you can tell. I decided to... I thought Ray would be the most... crab. All life becomes crab. Yeah, welcome to, humans. Technically, this isn't even like the optimized human. You should be rolling... all the humans should be 2d6 plus 6. But these are like standard humans, quote unquote. Poorly. Giant fucking ground squirrels. That's all it is. I also like the fact that pretty much none of the furries wear clothes. Like, we just don't comment the fact that the furries don't wear clothes. They just don't. Like, that's not clothes, guys. This guy is wearing a suit, you are wearing half a rag. Man, Mango, don't do this to me. Like, please. They're the other psychic These are the psychic other ones. These are the Vulpinoids. They're all psychic. Every single one of them is psychic, by the way. You can just play a robot. You can also try to play a lion person if you want. These are actually from somebody else entirely. Yeah. The Skiltare are species of copyright by Mark Malorino and appear in this game courtesy of with permission from the creator. Yeah, these aren't even his. Like, yeah, then you also have the weird badger stoats. The weird badger stoats didn't actually develop their own version of FTL. They're just everywhere. Nobody knows why. You can also play a giant Komodo dragon person if you want. But they are mammals. They aren't anything. Yeah, that's Other Sons. Other Sons is one of those games you look at and you're like, what in the fuck? Okay, fine. again, you joke, Varric, but there's a very distinctive reason why the human empire literally lost only due to numbers. They outnumbered us. It was like we would have won complete human genocide of the aliens. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, Other Suns is a product of its time, one of those very fascinating entities that are more fascinating to talk about than anything. It's like, yeah, this is a weird fucking existence, that this weird game exists, and we all have to learn to accept that. But this brings us our next game. And let's see, we have two options. I'll leave it up to you all. Do we want to go to space, or do we want to go to the 90s? Space or 90s, everybody? I wonder what the author is doing now. He's like, 90s. Okay, we're going to the 90s. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run another ad, because that's what you guys bought, using notebooks. Here, let me mark off my... Mark one off of the many ads. Running in the 90s. Yeah, we're going to talk about Nephilim. Alright, I'm going to grab something to drink real fast though, so... Alright, everybody. Are you ready to learn the secrets of the Nephilim? Yes, we're going to learn the secrets of the Nephilim, everybody. And of course, there's only one man I can bring with us to teach us about the secret of the Nephilim. Yeah, that's it. We have him right here, everybody. Say hello to Manly Salmon. We'll get to this in a minute. Well, say hello to Manly Salmon. Now, Nephilim, occult role-playing, I'm going to be honest with you, this one's a little bit weird. This one's a little bit funky, team. I'm going to do my best to explain it. But who wrote this game? Technically, this is by a guy named Frederic Weil. Now, if you go to Frederic Weil, you're going to see he's done legitimately not much. Because the thing is, Nephilim is an RPG that's in French. The actual, like, Nephilim, if you go to, like, Nephilim RPG, we only really see, this is the first edition, this is the 1994 first edition of it. There are more, though. There's, like, 5 editions of this game. Like, you gotta think, like, there are, like, 5 editions. Because you've got the core book, you have all the various kind of side books for it. More adventures, alternative rules from magic. There are a bunch of different weird rules, information about the arcanas and things like that. Now, things went on because this was only the first edition that we actually saw. This moved on to Nephilim's third edition by Multisim in French. If we go to Multisim RPG, they were these are the guys who kind of did this game originally. French editor specializing in RPGs, edited some board game. These are the guys who did the original Nephilim and subsequently most other Nephilim projects. This was the third edition, mind you. It was only published in French. Nephilim La Revelation, Arcana, blah blah blah. Some books published in Nephilim's 5th edition by Menos. Here, Menos RPG. Nothing pops up. What's going on? The weird thing is, like, a lot of these are not really, like, big thing. The only thing that you can really see are things like this. Nephilim Publisher, Les Editions Menos, Experience Creative Game Design. They're literally just go by the Nephilim publisher. You kind of see here, it's the same kind of people throughout time. But, like, this is the company who does it. They're a French role-playing company, effectively. TTRPG company. I've never heard of them. I've never seen anything that's come out for them, really. You know, let's convert it into English. Universe book, role-playing and board game. Looks like they do a lot of books, too. Like, these are... What the fuck is Thone? I don't know. But yeah, here's Nephilim, the fraternity. Like, Nephilim is their big game. Not gonna lie, this is their big game that they are really in on. They've dumped a lot of time and effort into it, and we've never seen it in the West. We've never seen future editions, and I'm going over this. I hope to God I can at least... you haven't seen a thing since you are American, not Canadian. Well, yeah, One time Varric bid his GM. Oops. One. This Mether LSD. He used French. Remember that one time Varric bid... Whoops. One. Oh, Jesus. I think I've heard of Thorn, but... Yeah, it's like one of those things, like... Again, I'm not French-Canadian. I'm also... Hello, Iro the Cuck. How are you? Welcome aboard. Thank you for following. Interesting to note. Yeah, this is one of their things. It looks like they do a lot of like translation of things like Lovecraft stuff. They kind of give you an idea. If we go to authors, I wonder if we can find let's see. We need Frederic. It's not obviously pumping up because let's see. You see there's quite a few different people. Yeah, it doesn't even look like... Hello, Yoss. What the... Jack Vance publishes through them. Hi, boss. Yoss. Yeah, Jack Vance is here. He publishes through them, I guess. Let's hit the translate to English. Play Stones. Here's the great series, The World Literature of the Imaginary God Men by Philippe José Fanmer. By Philippe José Fanmer. Yeah, of the Thon universe. Yeah, just to give you an idea, there's quite a few. There's a lot of things for the Nephilim, see guys, that we've never seen. Again, this is 5th edition Nephilim, by the way. 5th edition Nephilim. Not 2nd edition, not 3rd edition. No, 5th edition. We only have the 1st edition, and that's really all we're going to be kind of go over here. You know, a 2nd crowdfunding campaign. They're still putting out stuff for this game. We just don't see any of it because, again, it's not in fucking English. It's all in French. So, that's kind of the basics of it. I couldn't really find anything else on Frederic. He's written stuff, but looks like he's mostly in kind of the French scene. Chimeras, like this is a thing. Rules license portray dragons and terror figures, predominantly in moderation. Looks like he's done a lot of French games. Let's just say that. Not really much anything else in English anyway. Now, this was published by Chaosium. Oh. Oh, goodness. Right. This is published by Chaosium. And remember, this game is not real. Very important thing. I'm gonna do my best. Yeah, our encounter with Duke Saint Armand. This entire thing is a weird fucking experience. So I'm gonna see if I can't find a again, this D100 game. Find a good factor where I can really let's see. Okay. We'll use Let me see if I can find you know what? No, we'll use this image to kind of summarize the basics of the lore. Okay, I'm going to do my best to explain the lore of Nephilim to everybody. Okay. All right, everybody, are we ready? Are we correct? Okay. In the beginning of all things, there were spiritual beings we'll just refer to as the Nephilim now. They had a different name, but generally speaking, they were energy beings. They controlled the entire earth in all its ways. And they were built around the city of Atlantis. Yes, that Atlantis. They were the original Atlanteans. They controlled the elemental matter of Ka, which is kind of of magic effect. They controlled fire, water, air, the moon, and earth. They controlled all of it, but there was one they could never master, and that was Solar Ka. Solar Ka was the ability to manipulate not only the sun, but life itself. They could never actually do that. And that was an important thing for them to reach what they wanted to call Agaratha, their perfect place. Thus, they forged the Golden Path. They obsessed over trying to find a way to the Golden Path. And they needed someone to pretty much be able to manipulate Solar Ka. So, after scouring the Earth multiple times, they found proto-humanity. And they experimented on us. Yes, they experimented on proto-humanity to try to get us to a good, solid area where we were more accurate, more able to successfully implement things. More successfully able to manipulate our Solar Ka, and they actually attempted to fuse with us. Because they wanted to be able to manipulate that Solar Ka, and we wanted to live, because generally speaking, we were little more than animals at that point. Well, barely even animals. We weren't really sentient. Now, this is where things started getting a little bit weird. We succeed. They kept doing things, but then Prometheus, yes, that Prometheus came to the humans and said, hey, this is a little bit fucked up. You guys are being experimented on. I'm going to give you the gift of insight. And Prometheus gave them pretty much the understanding of, hey, it's kind of fucked up. We're getting experimented on. His secrets and a couple other Nephilim secrets at that point, because he was also known as Loki, a couple other gods' names, they would go on later to form the secret societies. The secret societies desperately want to control either want to destroy the Nephilim or control the Nephilim, but generally speaking, they don't want to be enslaved by them anymore. Okay, easy enough to understand. Good news, bad news. Good news, we somewhat discovered that we could successfully merge with humanity. We could do it. We can create the Golden Path. Bad news, a fucking meteor from Saturn crashed into Earth and hit Atlantis. Atlantis is fucked. Okay, not good. We're not doing too good. There's a double problem with this, however. That meteor had a special resource on it, orichalcum. Orichalcum can kill you. The infinite beautiful Nephilim who are unable to die can be killed by orichalcum. Their magic does not work with it. It is a general disaster area. So humanity, understandably, fashions blades, they fashion weapons, and they take the fight to the Nephilim. They kill some of these spiritual beings, and everyone starts to flee. Everyone starts to panic. Everyone starts running away. It's a disaster area. Humanity manages to pretty much secure its dominion over the earth and spreads and beautifies itself. However, there's a problem. There's a big problem. We needed a new way to do things. The Nephilim were not powerful enough anymore. The actual meteor completely ruined their their magic way of creating their ethereal bodies. So they needed a pretty much a way to kind of inhabit the world that they were in. So they did two different things. They created stasis, and they made a compromise. The humans. The compromise was simple. You let us take over one of your bodies and allow us to kind of fuck around, and we will help you. We will guide you. And a lot of the humans were like, you know what? Good fucking idea. So when you hear of god kings or gods or something like that, those were actually people who were actually possessed by a Nephilim, or were just a Nephilim. Because the best way to think about it is, once a Nephilim takes over your body, you leave. You're not there anymore. It's just the Nephilim now. And the compromise worship of the ancient tribal gods was expanded so that the priests and priestesses would prepare themselves to be vessels for Nephilim who would permanently incarnated in them. However, during the fall of Atlantis, there were other humans, the Black Star notably, that every time a Nephilim died, they would just reincarnate unless you fucking stabbed them to death. Thus, the Black Star and a couple of these other secret organizations didn't really like Nephilim coming back constantly, so they've been plotting the entire for millennia to fuck you over. However, this great compromise actually fucked up. And people got mad, obviously, because obviously humans don't want to be ruled by ancient god beings that don't really give a shit. And soon, the Nephilim ended up in a situation where they kept reincarnating in random bodies throughout time and space to desperately survive. The year is the 1990s. Many Nephilim have been resurrected, have been brought back yet again from their previous past lives, over and over again, reincarnating throughout history. And you have now just popped into someone's apartment in 1990. You gotta figure out what's going on and reach your golden path, because this might be the last time you're able to. Alright, have you gotten the, You'll drop the game later, yes. Fucking reptoids. Also, thank you for subscribing with Prime, Iro, the cuck. Yeah, they're not reptoids, they're just god beings. Because one of the most important idea of Nephilim is your past lives. Throughout your existence as a Nephilim, you keep reincarnating, for lack of a better word, into the bodies of random people throughout history. And they even say, like, if you want to play a character, a historical character, you can. You just reincarnated in someone's body at a random time. You don't really give a shit. You are literally an alien riding someone's body until they die. You take over somebody. You erase their existence. The best way to kind of think about this in a way, if you want a, if you want a really good explanation of how this works, if any of you ever saw Wonder Woman 1984, it's what the guy did to the other random guy who isn't even given a name. It's him. He's the one who did it. They literally just take over somebody's body until they die. And then you go back. So, your cause here are your kind of like your attributes, kind of not your attributes. The best way to think about what your ka is your connection to one of the major forces of reality. So, you can either be air, water, moon, earth, or fire. That's going to determine your main ka, which is going to start at 20, but you're going to be able to reduce that down for every reincarnation you've had. Now, the interesting bit here is that you're going to be always opposed to something. Manly, I only chose to be manly the most efficient way possible. Manly is big on air. He's an intelligent person. He's very thoughtful. But because he is, he has favoritism toward fire, he's a little bit brash sometimes, but he has that water, so he kind of goes with the flow when he needs to. But he's not very mysterious at all. He has got a very low moon, and he's not exactly what we would like to call a willful person. He has got pretty low earth, relatively speaking, as those are his opposite. Being air means you're pretty flighty. These define not only your personality, but also the way you approach the world. They are also very important, because you need to get one of these to fucking 90. But that's going to be the main thing what you're going to be doing during session, is building your Ka up. And building your Ka is the most important thing you can do. And you're going to be needing to do it constantly. Yeah, it's kind of here. Most things what you're going to be doing is going to be increasing your Ka, but you can also have them reduced. If you're struck by Orichalcum or Orichalca, if you're being held hostage by, some of these secret organizations like the Templars, the Masons, they're going to be trying to extract your abilities a little bit, which goes down to your Ka vision. Ka vision, which is allow you to see mystical bullshit going on. Because yes, your Ka is actually an attribute you can call upon to kind of reference. You're going to see these for a couple of these. Your Kas are very important, mostly when it comes down to how to cast your various magics, such as sorcery, summoning, or alchemy. Minute. Alright? Manly, not a lunatic. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Feel free to ask any questions. Here's the thing. If you have any questions about how this game functions, about some lore bits that don't make a lot of sense, feel free to ask. I can do my best, but I am only human. Pretty much the basic idea is your Ka, your connection to actually reaching pretty much ascension, is reduced by 2 every time you reincarnate. Manly has reincarnated 4 times. This is technically his 5th time that he's done this. That's very bad. Now, I'm going to walk you through this as slowly as possible. As I've always said, kind of the description of the Ka elements. Okay, your past lives are going to determine how much it's going to go. The problem is, if you can reincarnate a shit ton of times, but if you reincarnate a shit ton of times, that also means that you're very far away from actually achieving your goal, and it's very difficult for you to actually maintain your more mystical nature. You get a lot more abilities, a lot more skills, a lot more everything. You get a lot less you, though. The best way to think about it is every time you reincarnate, a little part of you goes away. Every single time. And that's very precarious. You don't want scary. No one wants to lose themselves. But losing yourself is a very important part. Mostly when it comes down to the idea. Or Kalka, which is you're going to die, or Solar Ka. Solar Ka is most potent Ka element, enables direct manipulation of the ethers of the sun rather than using one of the magnetic magic fields which derive from it. Yeah, pretty much all evolved life has Solar Ka except you. That's the funny thing. Nobody, you cannot use Solar Ka naturally. You have to rely on a person to do it. That's what reaching the golden path is reaching the final element of magic. However, things go wrong, very quickly go wrong. Your Kahaiba is your instincts. Pretty much the more you use magic, the more things are going to go wrong for you. If you critically fail using your magic, you're going a little crazier every time. If you go full gamer mode, you're transforming into a fucking monster, and you are generally referred to as a problem child. Now, right here, every time for your shadow, state of Nephilim's Ka when it has lost control of the human body it inhabits. name is conditioned with Ka elements, have gone to sleep. This loss of control is when a Nephilim attempts to use the skill of the simulacra and fumbles. Loses control of the body for a determined time, depending on the planets. Yes, technically, depending on these various factors, such as what day it is, what planet is currently in retrograde, and various other effects, you might lose control of your body because, again, you are just hijacking someone's body for a time. You might lose for a few minutes to a few days, where they go about their regular life again, without really any understanding of where they are and what's going on. What happens to the person you possess when you reach the golden path thing? Well, once you ascend, your body dies. Unfortunately. Oh, Demon Fallen and Demon... No, trust me. It gets a lot weirder than this. Trust me. I do like this a lot. Yeah, it's official. We have to reach heaven. Yeah. That's kind of the best way. Because the thing is, you're actually undergoing a process called metamorphosis, which we'll get to in a bit. Your very first metamorphosis, as you go through, is you're actually shifting your body to become more in line for what you are. That's the beautiful disaster area. You're destroying this body that you inhabit. Yeah. This is the metamorphosis, material metamorphosis, and various other things. They want you to answer the Chinese portrait questions. If I were a natural phenomenon, I would be. If I were a metal, I would be. If I were an animal, blah, 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 blah. The higher your metamorphosis is, the more pronounced that various aspect of what it is. Manly is turning slowly into an angelic being. Generally, his hair is going to get more golden, his hands will become more white, his skin actually begins producing feathers, and he's going to start smelling like honey. And his voice becomes more melodious. Now, obviously, I thought Manly becoming more honey-scented and, his voice becoming more sing-song would be a lot more appropriate. So that's what ended up happening to him. But you need to actually hit metamorphosis. You're going to be getting like 16 in some of these. And by the time you hit like 16, 16, the odor of honey, you smell like honey constantly. You are very sickly sweet to be around. People will notice. It is impossible to hide. Oh, hey, your voice is melodious and 16. You don't talk anymore. You sing. Everything rhymes. You are in a nightmare. Oh, 16 feathers. You have to pluck feathers out of you constantly. You just are made of feathers at that point, pretty much. Manly's the farthest away from an angelic being as one can be. Damn, 16 honey life goals. I want to be walk up and start. I want people to walk up and start licking me. Yeah, French schizophrenia. Yeah, welcome aboard. So we're kind of understanding what's going on, and obviously, I had to bring in our simulacrum, but we're going to be talking about them later. Now, your metamorphy, there's quite a few kind of like sample ones that they want you to kind of take, but you can make your own. So, if you want to do like the Phoenix, for example, you're going to kind of, actually, here's the best way of wording it. You're going to have physical and you're going to have more spiritual. More physical versions are, hey, you're actually changing the way you look a lot more consistent. More spiritual versions, things are going to be a lot more mysticalis. Mystical focus. You're just going to be smelling like honey. Your skin's becoming more feathered. Your feathers are particularly developed on the arms all the way up to the shoulder. Things are a little bit more artistic. That's the best way. As you can kind of tell, I thought this was most appropriate. So a natural phenomenon, you're like clouds, aluminum or aluminium, dove, white, a mythical being of Gabriel, Leonardo da Vinci, philosophy, the sword, and crystal spectacles. That's what you believe that you're like. That's your Chinese porn. There's quite a few of these, by the way. Undyne, the Satyr. Famous human being, Angus Young on the AC/DC Highway to Hell cover. Yeah, human activity, love making. The Elf. Work of art, Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien. Yeah. You want to LARP as Legolas? Hell yeah. Yeah, welcome to that. Then you're going to be going on the idea of the major arcana. The Nephilim are broken up into many different tribes, each of them more of a broad philosophy thing. They sometimes like each other, they sometimes don't, sometimes are a little bit more loosey-goosey, others are a little bit more, nice. The major arcana really determine who you are and how you operate in the world. Now, the Fool are prophets. They see shit, and they say the Fool are the true heirs of the Golden Path, which they have launched the first innocent Nephilim, launched by the first innocent Nephilim who have created Atlantis. Pretty much, you aren't supposed to play fools right off the way. Magicians, you want to learn Nephilim magics and solar Ka. You're trying to learn from other people. Oh, the High Priestess, collectors, the Empress, control emotions, the Emperor, very material game. The Hierophant, they are God. You think you're a god. The Lovers, you want to exploit physical bodies even as you metamorphose. Okay, I get it. You have a fucking. I get it. Oh shit! What would the creature be if your famous person is Taylor Swift? Taylor Swift isn't alive in early 1990, so no. Now, interesting notes here is you get things like, your strength is like one you like. Oh, you want to fight against the Kaiba form of Ka degenerate. You pretty much are fighting against your own self. The Hermit form, like they are Nephilim hermits. You want to play a hermit? You can. The Wheel of Fortune, studying the magic field. Chariot, you want to rules an entity to be exploited. Justice, all rules must follow justice. The Hanged Man, most strange of all, major arcana, those Nephilim choose to live exactly like the simulacrum into which they are incarnated. They chose to put themselves in a state of voluntary show, placing their Nephilim personality in a secondary role as they play the part of the simulacrum. They claim this is the indirect way to reach Agaratha, but they are not sure if they act as simulacrum or if they are let this act as in their place. Of all Nephilim, they are the most difficult to understand since it seems their method fail each time. Difficult and perverse, they will not fit into a normal campaign and not recommended for player characters. Yeah, you get some like, oh, the unnamed, you get things like the unnamed arcana, you get things like temperance, star, moon, sun. I went with 20, judgment. Nephilim are kind of the most pessimistic. They believe the world has been deteriorating since the fall of the first Orcalca meteorite, which sank Atlantis. They foretell a fall of similar meteorites on Earth from distant planets, which will further influence the magic streams. These Nephilim are characterized by either their unshakable, gloomy fatalism or their unquenchable thirst for life. I'm like, that summarizes... I think that summarizes Manly pretty well. So I was like, okay, there we go. Oh shit, what creature? Why do you have to crush my dreams like this? Now, the main three versions of magic, which you also need to develop very heavily to actually ascend, is sorcery, summoning, and alchemy. Sorcery is direct manipulation. Summoning is summoning an entity or a being from magic, and alchemy is creating magic from nothingness. That's the best way to. Yeah. So, let's go through the ideas of what your stasis is, because you're always going to be locked in an object called a stasis. That stasis is the only thing binding you really to reality, and keeping it safe is important. Because if it's ever destroyed, your ass is up for grabs. You are not going to have a fun time. And there's a chance that you're going to wake up and you won't be able to go home. You're degenerating faster than you are ever able to do things. Yeah, Nephilim is good likely of permanently dissolving into the elemental fields. Yeah. Pretty much, it's a scary connotation. Wakes his chance to break loose is how your Nephilim woke up and began its current incarnation. The more power it builds up, the more likely you can actually influence the world around you. And now we get to the past lives section. Now, each past life is going to be from a different era. Determine who you inhabited. Subtract 2 from the reincarnation. You gotta find your age, determine your skills, discover a new life, find final age, find occult development points. Distribute the occult development points. You get no third circle spells. It's... We'll get to that. I don't think I quite did this right, but I'll bear with mind how this is a little bit fucky-wucky. Places messages. Now, what did you do? Stasis event, stasis object, and little bit time consuming. We're going to have to go through every single one of these. Now, there's quite a few of these. As you can kind of see, there's 11 in total. As you kind of see here, 11 incarnation periods in total. And we're going to start with Manly's very first one. Manly came into being in 1350 BC, and he has been reincarnated into Papyrus. Yes, he was a chariot driver, a 30-year-old chariot driver in Thebes. And because of that, he gained 120 occupation points. He was only that chariot driver for about... He wasn't actually a chariot driver for very long. The issue was he got assassinated by pharaonic priests, because he didn't live very long. He only lived 40 years. However, during this time, he increased his ability. He had good hunting skills, first aid skills, driving chariots, melee spear survival, and really studied the idea of sorcery and black and alchemy. Because each one of these, each incarnation, you could say, bring over to Thebes. Each incarnation you have are going to have various skills that you are actually able to distribute those points in. So let's make an example. Let's make an example to pre-dynastic Egypt. Let's make a roll real fast. Let's determine something. So 52. We are a soldier. We're a male soldier. And because we are a male soldier, we have all of these abilities to work with. Let's see how old we are, technically, during this first incarnation. 10, 12, we were 60. Because we were 60 years old. And that means we get 240 points, effectively, to distribute among those skills. However, there's a catch here. You can only distribute up to 50. This is an important thing. You can only distribute up to 50 for each of these. So it's like being really old, you are going to get a lot of abilities. You won't ever max out completely. But, profession up to 50 points per skill, a maximum of 90 points. You're going to get pre-incarnation age as value of life experience points, which is a different skill. Then, you get a little bit for how to learn your spoken languages you've ever got. Now, you get some kind of dominant ones at this point, so let's roll how long we lived at that simulacrum. We lived a long fucking time. 13 times 5 would be 65. We lived 65 years as this person. And we multiply it by 2, we live 65, that would be, we effectively lived. We had 130 points of occult development. We can dump this into sorcery, we can dump this into different abilities, we can do whatever we want there. Now, there's given in this game, create players wishing different deities may choose their own. Effectively, you're turning into the very first. You're turning into the first set of gods, effectively, of the Egyptian pantheon. Yeah. New benevolent stations that were their sacred icons or religious artifact, kept them sacred places, precincts to preserve the resident Nephilim. Cool. Things only get worse from here, by the way. Things only get worse from here. Jesse, we have to fight El Darvath and escape to Agartha. Mr. White. But Mr. White, my Kaiba's too high. He's literally me. Yeah. This is where things start getting really bad. Such as, hey, you could die in a war, you could die in a war with the Black Star, killed by many's men. Things were and each of them do have different historical contexts. As a chariot driver here, we were doing pretty good. The issue was, did you follow which Arcanum did you follow in the Revolution? Most Nephilim cooperated with the, except for the traditional priesthood, most Nephilim initially cooperated with Amhet and followed one of the 18 Arcana. Cool. We've got one of the basic Arcana. We've got 10. We're good. We weren't with the Theban priesthood. We were, we were with the rebels. And we rolled, and we got violently killed by pharaonic priests. We were assassinated, effectively, by a bunch of priests. Damn, sorry everybody, sorry Manly, you were murdered by a bunch of priests. Then time advanced to our next age. In Rome, Italy, 350 AD. We didn't go to Babylon. No, absolutely not. If we go to not Alexandria, Egypt, I thought about doing another Egyptian one, but I was very close, mind you. Very close to putting you in Jerusalem as one of the various Jewish scholars, because I thought that would be funny. But I chose not to, and instead, just make you Roman. Welcome to Roman Italy. You rolled an Imperial Aristocrat. As an Imperial Aristocrat, you came into being at 40 years old, and you lived 55 years, and you died naturally. As you can tell by your skills, you became proficient in things. You can actually read and write Latin pretty fucking good. You are incredibly accomplished at reading and writing Latin. However, you did spend a lot of this time with blacks to learning the final bits of alchemy and mastering sorcery. However, not really much else happened here until your until your time during the Cathar heresy, in which you spent 1243 AD in Toulouse. You incarnated as a 75-year-old woman and lived for about 70 years. Yeah, you lived for about 60 years as a noblewoman in France. You maxed out almost every single one of your skills at this time. You are nothing. You live on a farm with pigs and I'm a god. I live in a precious stone. I go through Manly, you don't live in a precious stone. You live in paper. You literally do stack paper. Sorry, he didn't. As a widow in the Cathar heresy, I rolled this like 4 times trying to get anything else other than a noble widow in Toulouse. You rolled this like every single time. It was fate. But as a literal random woman in the middle of effectively like late medieval France, you have a very high quality education in literally everything. I couldn't have rolled much higher, hence why your art sing is only at 25 instead of 50. But you pretty much speak 13th century French perfectly. You speak Occitanian almost perfectly. You know Cathari religion perfectly. Various other things. You were a trained doctor almost, because you have 50 medicine. Then after you died quietly, after a second died naturally, You reincarnated in 1630 AD, Paris, France. As a male musketeer in his 40s, you lived 60 whole years. You learned how to fast talk, dodge, fight more, and generally be kind of a dick. You did a bunch of things, and you somehow also died peacefully in bed. Literally, this is how you got every single one of your combat abilities, because I rolled initially to see how much, how much do you actually get for your ability to speak French, 17th century French. You rolled bare minimum. You barely knew how to speak French at that point, but have no fear. You rolled a 20. You rolled very poorly. Yeah, for some reason, for some unholy reason, if we go down to Toulouse here, as a musketeer, you don't actually learn the ability to shoot a musket. I don't know why. You learn how to use melee musket. Can I tell you why? Absolutely not. And to give you an idea of how difficult this was at this point, you rolled incredibly low to the point where you just kind of hung out. You almost got burned as a witch, but you really didn't. You just kind of vibed. Majority of your life has just been pretty vibing. You've been vibing pretty well. You only died violently the first time. Outside of that, you've just been learning random shit. Almost made you English as well, but I chose not to because I thought it would be funnier if you weren't. Which you have 3 options in England. You can be a poet, a poetess more accurately, a doctor, or a dilettante. Or dilettante. Yep. That's really all you get. Influenza, killed in World War I, killed by Neo-Templar, killed by the Satanist Order, killed by Lenin, Stalin, or Hitler during this time. Yes, or Hitler. Yeah, welcome to Manly's various past lives. As you can kind of see here, he actually speaks Middle Kingdom Egyptian and Latin perfectly. His French is a little bit... His French is pretty decent. Not perfect, of course, because obviously he speaks Occitanian mostly. But as his language skills are very very cursed in a way. As you can see here, like, yes, French, Occitanian, Latin. He speaks Latin almost perfectly. Can I tell you why? No, of course not. You do. I kind of fucked up and gave you 113th century French. So character creation can go a bit long. Character creation can go a bit long because the thing is, what you have to do, give you an idea, is you need to roll your age. You have to roll how long you were in that age, determine your occupation points, determine your occult points, and then distribute your points like this. Again, I kind of fucked up even, and like there's a chance that you can actually roll more points than you should get. I misread something. I thought I got it at the end. No, what I would have to do is actually convert things like this Blackstone lore. I would convert it into 3 low magic spells from sorcery. That's how you would have to do things. I thought I misread it. But yeah, like, generally speaking, it's like, oh, yeah, you're going to get a shit ton of stuff out of this, an initial thing, and it's going to be insane. Then we have to determine our current body. The one we currently are in. This is Vladimir Kozlov. He's got decent solar Ka. He's 40 years old. He's 14. He has a PhD in art history. He is an art museum curator. He's a widower, and he's a USSR expat living in the States. He's a large but gentle man with a pleasant demeanor, masquerading as a far more dour look at life. Feels like he's perpetually under and overqualified. Vladimir lives in pain. As you can kind of see here, Vladimir literally has 3 strength. He rolled a 3 for his strength. 3. Yeah, he is a noodle man. He's this really like strong person, but he's really bad at it. Now, what they want you to do here is actually select one of these. Like, they want you to select, like, oh, hey, you are a college student. You're a gangster wannabe. They want you to select this, or you can make your own. I would say make your own. Like, that's fine. I mean, they kind of help you, like, oh, make a characteristic roll real fast. You know, roll 3d6 for all of them. Because, yes, these are just a flat 3d6 roll for every single one of them. You know, that's what they kind of want you to do things. Except for int, which is 2d6 plus 6. Yeah, they don't really want you to, like, roll, like, make your own characters, which are kind of weird. Like, hey, you've reincarnated as an airplane pilot. This is what you do. Hey, you've reincarnated as a bookseller. An artist. Hey, you're a college student. Hey, you're a computer console. Hey, you're an editor. You're a dancer. Sandman comic. Gangsta wannabe. Cool. Green activist. House painter. Homeless. You just reincarnate as homeless. C'est la televis. Oh god. Water. Yeah, there's quite a few of these different ones here, and it's like, oh, okay. So, like, once you finally get past everything, it's BRP. Once you get past everything, it's pretty much simple. As you can kind of see here, standard actions are 3 times 3, but simple actions may be times 5. Quite hard ones are going to be even higher. Generally speaking, though, it's going to be pretty simple down here. This is when we kind of start seeing a formalization of what we would traditionally think of BRP at this point. But you do actually have a number of actions in this time instead of kind of like tracking it by seconds or something. Manly here with his absolutely fucking jacked dex because Victor rolled a fucking 10. He's got a 13. Therefore, he actually has 3 actions per round. He can do 3 things, including trying to dodge out of the way. He is, however, a fucking noodle man with a negative d4. Now we hit the resistance table. Oh boy, everybody. So, the resistance table is pretty simple. If you were thinking this pretty in a kind of an odder way. Generally speaking, whoever is actively acting against something versus whoever is passively kind of doing something, that's what the active character has to roll. So, for example, I have a 10 and you have a 8. I go here. I have a 60% chance of succeeding. Roll. Cool, I rolled a 57, I succeeded. I want to sneak past you. So how I determine that, what's my active characteristic. I need to, if we go to our active characteristics, hey, I want to try to outsmart you a little. I'm trying to flex on you a little bit, and you've only got a 12 intelligence. With my 20 intelligence, we go down here. Oh wow, I've got a 90% chance of outwitting you. Easy enough to understand. We've got it. Cool. There are a lot of skills, but these are a lot better like laid out. They actually feel like they can be useful in some way. As you can kind of see here, Manly has like a weird amount of skills just throughout time, pretty much. But generally speaking, he's good at fast talking. He's got a really good first aid score. He's very well versed on Cathari history more than anything. But you may also notice, you have things that Victor has that Manly does not. Victor has 80 in history. He is a well-trained historian. That's who Victor is. That's his entire history. He's been a historian. He's an art history person. With an 80 in history, Manly can't use that. But since he's inhabiting Kozlov's body, he totally can. And when Kozlov were to die horribly on accident, Manly would actually inherit all of the skills that he has. Up to a certain margin. I believe it's half of what the current value is or something similar to that. Where it's like, yeah, my scrutinize is gonna go up. My ability to speak Italian is going to go up. My ability of Kabbalistic lore is going to go up. All of these things are going to slowly increase because I'm taking over aspects of who was originally here. Resistance table, my beloved. Yeah, you use grappling, hunting. There isn't really any like really strange ones out here. Really, the only ones that get a little bit wonky are like the really specific gun skills. Like, yeah, you have a specific gun skill for like submachine guns and you have to do it. But I mean, it kind of makes sense where it's like, oh, hey, yeah, don't forget, you are also in an era where you've been trained exclusively using a fucking spear because you're used to be a fucking chariot driver. Like, oh, okay, I understand. Now, potentials are another measuring stick. Potential, this isn't potential or power in like another system. The idea of a potential is your ability to do something, or it's a comparative against something. You know, it's like, oh, hey, we think the occultic information of a town is 11. Therefore, you have a 33% chance of finding a repository unit. Hey, we need to find a hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. You're going to be able to find a fucking hospital in Boston, Massachusetts. That's easy. That's not a thing. We need to find a hospital in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Siberia. That's going to be a little bit more complicated. Generally speaking, you're going to be making these potential rolls more and more, which also leads to the police response system. Yeah, there's a full-on like police response system. Like accumulated parking violations, vandalism, peeping Tom technically, kidnapping for ransom, assault a police officer, murder a child, kill a politician, kill a police officer. Various, contacts, various documentation, various relationships, occultly curious, various occultic information that you need to kind of like build up over time. The main driver of the game really does boil down to finding occultic information to boost your stats, because you need to boost your stats as high and as fast, arguably, as possible. But generally speaking, that's gonna be a lot harder. So it's like, oh, we need to find an ancient Kabbalistic book using the power of dicks or something. That's gonna be its own entire thing. Combat's pretty simple. Generally speaking, you're going to be rolling against them. If you hit, they can try to dodge. It's going to burn their actions, though. You are pretty fucking tough, all things considering. You have pretty good abilities and things, but your body that you're currently in, not very tough. Not very tough at all. Manly here, Victor actually has a good amount of HP at 17. Because he's got a total of 17 constitution. That's really it. And you don't restore health in these games very fast. But luckily, because you are a character naturally heals a 1d3 hit points per week, generally speaking, you're pretty easy to do things. It's pretty easy for you to survive because you are a reincarnated god entity in the body of, well, it's just the movie. This is just the movie Falling Down, pretty much. Very limited weapon selections, but this is fine for like what this game is. Yeah, like elephant gun. Have no fear. You want to have a sword? Yes, you have a sword. You want to have a spear? There's no spear in this game, by the way. There's no spear in this game. You have to kind of make that up your own. Similar things go to things like wounds and injury. These are pretty simple stuff. When you die, you're either going to go back into stasis, or you're going to go to immediately find another simulacrum to inhabit. You're going to burn your two, and you're going to try to beat the solar Ka of a human with his own Ka and the resistance. Once you do it, yep, it's Jover for you. You go in, you inhabit the new body, you get your abilities, and that's that. If rolled equal to or higher than the skill, you're going to increase your skills pretty reliably by doing things. That's always been the big thing. You're always going to be doing something. Alchemical experience, always you're going to be building things up. Metamorphoses, you're going to be building things up. This game is a lot about building up small amounts of numbers. What you need to do to achieve Agarotha, you need 90 points of Ka, one of your things. 90% in one of the skills, astrological lore, hermetic lore, kabbalistic lore, tarot lore. 90% in the third circle of any magical technique, grand secret keys, philosopher's stone, at least 16 points in each aspect of metamorphoses, and a minimum total of 90. And once you succeed, you have transcended. You are pretty much, you transform the host's body from mere flesh into a spiritual vessel. At the moment you merge as one. Reincarnations of this has many ramifications for the new Agarathan. You don't really need to worry about it anymore. You are better. You've done it. You've succeeded. One of the problems being is you've succeeded and you're kind of like, you were kind of removed from play, but you're also kind of not removed from play. It's a little bit funky. But yeah, that's kind of the basics of how to play the game. Then we start getting into magic. I'm going to just kind of zoom over magic a little bit. The basic idea is you have a cost. Every time you use any of your magic, you're going to be burning Cha'we, which is breath in Egyptian, because fucking course it is. Your Cha'we is going to be burning down every time you use anything magical, and you're going to be regaining it by just resting, pretty much. Now, humans can sometimes use Ka vision, sometimes they cannot. Generally speaking, you're going to be using it anytime you're trying to find things. And now we start getting into the astrological modifiers and the planetary month and predictions. Oh boy! You have been, getting your planetary months correct, right? You have been, magnitude of astrological modifiers, because it's a Gemini, because you're a fucking Gemini, and it's a Wednesday. Therefore, if everything is perfect, you can build up 1d10 more accurately. Oh no, it's a fucking Monday on Gemini. You are fucked. Yeah. Your chakra waves are broken. Your root is destroyed. You're fucked. God help you if you're a Libra on a Monday. Libra on a Monday, that's a D6. Come on. This is like one of those moments where he's like, holy shit. Like, you really need to start calculating these very particular things. And this also plays into plexuses and nexuses. These are the interlocking moments. These are the interlocking bits and pieces of magical energy. A plexus is where two of the same kind of lines cross over, and a nexus is where multiple lines cross. You generally want to be powering up in these places, or protecting them, or trying to destroy them. As technically, there can be orichalcum plexes and orichalcum nexes. They do exist, and generally speaking, you're gonna be fucking dying if you stay here for too long. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You gotta leave. Occult sciences, these kind of go over like how the various spells work, down to the cipher spells, how to go over various texts. Here's all the various books. Oh, you found the Book of Enoch? Few manuscripts attributed to the prophet Enoch. Rarity. You need to get some hermetic lore in there, baby. It's right there. Hey, dogma and ritual of high magic. Have no fear. It's written in French. You do know French, right? You do know that. Come on. Come on. Of course you know. Treatise of Dr. Rude. Of course you know Turbo Philosophorum. Of course you know that. Come on. You don't know Turbo Philosophorum? Come on. Come on. Are you? Various magics go. Here's your COD check. Because to make an actual spell roll, you're going to be rolling under your, let me see here. You're going to be rolling under whatever the sorcery you're trying to do is. So for example, Manly has a higher sorcery, higher sorcery of Winds of Lifting to allow him to fly effectively. So he's going to have to make, first things first, he's going to make a higher magic roll because it's a tier 2. He rolls, he succeeds, he's got a 26. Now he has to make, it's a tier 2, he's got to make a 32% on his air Ka. And then he's going to make his roll, and he rolled a 31. He succeeded in casting Winds of Lifting, he burns away one of his Cha, and he now starts flying through the air. This is why building Ka is very important, because it's going to make casting more of your magic faster, and the more you cast, the better you get, the more you have, the more you do, the more you think, the more you have. Bingo, bango, bongo, I don't want to leave the Congo on and on and on. There's quite a few different spells out there, and they do come in a variety of flavors. Like, yeah, you have the Sword of Sun Tzu. Flaming sword appears in the hands, you do more magical damage. Oh hey, Hermetic Satori can understand any language it reads. It cannot speak, listen in comprehension, or write in language. Cool. Spear of the Valkyrie. Cool. You get a bunch of different abilities. You can summon weapons, you can summon abilities. You're being able to use grand abilities such as Eclipse, which is a tier 3 ability, which you shouldn't be able to use properly. You have to learn those. Learning how to create different elemental animals. Oh, we want to create the whispering rumors of the lower waters, those who creep and nibble. Ooh. Yeah, welcome to summoning. All of these do have their own rules, by the way. Every single one. All of them are nightmarish and their own special disaster people. And it's like, okay, we're going through here. Now we get into alchemy, which alchemy has an entire different system to determine everything, which as you kind of see here, you're creating things with alchemy and you're using it to kill things or doing things, such as the Ship of Sacred Androgyny. Powder onto a small statue, which changes a large and hollow statue with a metallic outside. It opens up the side, the Nephilim can get into. The caster can use it in 2 ways, armor or as a vehicle. You want to have your own Nephilim mech? You can make your own Nephilim mech if you want, such as golems. Rabbi Lowe's golems. Yeah. Ta-da! Philosopher's Stone. Once you've hit the Philosopher's Stone, yeah, technically there's no abilities for Philosopher's Stone stuff because it's that new. And that's why I don't drink on Wednesdays and Fridays. Well, game time. Adios. See ya. Rainwatered yeast in a flame. But yeah, Esoterica, the Occult World. They kind of go over like, oh, here's a bunch of secrets. And like every single thing when you think of like, oh, secret societies, they exist in some way or another. There's some funny ones, like the Templars exist. Templars are a big one. You get things like the Hermetic and Insoluble Order of Egyptian Shelters, or EOTs. You just get the Assassins. You want to do the Assassins. That's the thing. Teutonic Knights exist. Elimination of the Nephilim. Solar Temple. Renewed Order of the Temple. Order of Rhodes. The Order like the Golden Fleece. The Bavarian Illuminati, very differently. The Carbonari. the holy them, righteous judges. The Thule Brunderkraft. Yeah, Thule Brunderkraft. Yeah, the Black Star being the evilest places. Various you unfortunately have to go to California at one point because nightmare. West Virginia. And then they kind of go over like various characters. It's kind of like the GM section more than anything of like, oh, here are allies or enemies that you might encounter. Here's how to make scenarios. But generally speaking, they don't give you a lot like how to make a scenario or anything like that. Is Nephilim interesting? Nephilim is... Notepad doesn't mispronounce foreign languages. I'll have you know, I speak foreign language well. Bippity boppity boopity fuck off. Agaratha. Yeah. Generally speaking, Nephilim is more of those like, this is an interesting game to talk about, not necessarily like an interesting, like, playing this would be nightmarish. Let's just call a spade here. Playing this game would be nightmarish simply because of, you would need to have, it's such a high concept game that getting people in the headspace for it, you would either need to, like, here's a primer effectively on the lore, or you would need to explain it to people constantly. And I think that's like one of the big issues with the game is like, yeah, the idea of like constantly reincarnate, like you constantly reincarnate and you keep getting like more and more skills over time. Cool. That's a kind of an interesting thing. It's like, yeah, where the fuck am I going to be using my life experience as a Roman in this situation? Probably nowhere, but hey, I know it. Hey, where am I going to learn my chariot driving skill? I don't know. I'm a fucking chariot driver. What do you want? Like, that's, I think, one of the more amusing aspects of Nephilim. It's such a bizarre, like, it's such a bizarre experiment of, like, of the amount of, like, mystical bullshit going on that's really hard to be like, oh, this is going to be a fun game I can play with the whole family. No, it is not. All right, so we're going to do one thing. This isn't going to be a very long game, I don't think. Even though it is the longest book. We're going to bring Dusty. Dusty is, I think, the most appropriate person. And because I am legally obligated to, let me just hit the add button again. Oh. Yeah. Welcome. We're going to let the ad run. Hopefully everyone's having a good time, allowing me to take a drink of my water here. Delicious water. Inshallah. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, goodness. Ooh. Ooka. Ooka chaka. Ooka chaka. Yeah. Why are we going? What in God's holy name? But yes, let's see. Okay, so welcome to Ringworld. Yes, Ringworld. Larry Niven's Ringworld. Now, Ringworld is actually a book. Technically, I believe it's a book series. But yeah, welcome to Ringworld. So 1970 science fiction novel by Larry Niven. Don't know who Larry Niven is. Here, who he is. A lot of different works he's been a part of. He's actually like one of the big, kind of like one of the big people of the, kind of the big science fiction guys over time. He's 84 years old. He's been around for a very long time. He's still around. He's still going, still kicking around. Generally speaking, over time, he's done more with things with like Ringworld and some other science fiction stuff. He's done a lot of stuff though. Like, lot of things over time. Fantasy, a lot of influencing, the idea of Dyson spheres and things like that. It's one of the big things is like he really popularized the concept of Ringworld, and Halo wouldn't exist without that, or the Culture series wouldn't exist without Larry Niven, his various works. He likes bringing a lot of science to things. Let's just say that he likes bringing science. Never heard of The Magic Goes Away. Never really heard of that one before. Moten God's Eye, Lucifer's Hammer. He won an Inkpot Award. I'm just kind of like going through his little thing here. People seem to like Niven, though. Yeah, Niven's Law. There's no cause so right and one cannot find following over the course of truth. Niven's Laws. How the universe works as far as he can tell. Niven. Ringworld is an incredibly influential story that you don't hear a lot about these days. It's one of those funny things, like you don't actually hear much about Ringworld much anymore. For a variety of reasons. It's 1970s. It's one of those things that's kind of been so, how do I want to word it? It's been so expanded upon and like reworked and talked about again. It becomes such a simple thing, if that makes sense, that it's become more than what it is. People have forgotten the baseline so much that it's kind of just worked its way into being into popular culture. You can't even see like, oh, there's been a few games, Halo, open source game, Endless Sky, Utopia. You can make there. The ta-da. Originally speaking, though, the RPG, Ringworld role-playing game, is arguably the closest thing to a setting Bible for the entire Ringworld. Gonna see here. The main person behind things, though, is actually Sherman Khan. RPG. Find him. I believe this is another attorney, by the way. I believe this is Sherman W. Khan. It would make sense. It would actually make sense of why he is here. But yeah, I believe this is actually one of the main writers of the Ringworld series. Wonder if does he actually he most likely doesn't talk about his time at Ringworld, but it would make slight sense, and we'll talk about that one in the next game, actually. But yeah, generally speaking, there were a lot of people working together, and Sherman Khan was very important in making this game. I believe it. I believe that's him anyway. It'd be funny if he wasn't, but yeah. Very important game. Came in a box set. There been a second edition. No. No. Or a third edition, or a fourth edition, or a... Well, there hasn't been really anything else. That's one of those funny words to talk about, isn't it? Oh boy. Alright, getting fun. Go get some sleep. This round is Halo. That is weird ass series. This guy first proposed the magnetic monopole. Ringworld mechanics is nightmares for engineers. By the way, landing and taking off is almost impossible. But yeah, no, welcome aboard to the wonderful world of Ringworld. I read the first book years ago. I went through like a sci-fi phase. It was like high school. I was like reading a bunch of classic sci-fi stuff. I read the first novel. I think it was the first novel anyway. I don't remember much of it, but I've always known about Ringworld. Kind of see a Sherman Kahn, Jason, John Hewitt, a lot of people that we've already kind of talked about a little bit. Yeah, Lynn Willis, Sandy Peterson, Steve Perrin, the same people you always know and love. The big thing is, if you do want a comprehensive understanding of Ringworld, this is not a bad thing to look at. And they're going to talk to you about how things go. Now, this is Dusty. Everyone say hello to Dusty Yun. Hi, Dusty. Dusty here is an explorer. He's someone who has gone on to the Ringworld himself for studying purposes. Now, you might notice this little bit here, chronological age and physiological age. This is a very important thing to note. Effectively, people in Ringworld have a drug, I think it's called Booster Max or something, which effectively can make you immortal. He started taking it at 26, but he is 51 years old at this point, and he's been alive for quite a while, and he still effectively is 26. He's never going to not be 26 as long as he's taking his his drugs effectively. This is a very important mechanic, because this is going to determine the amount of points you're going to be getting in various different places. So, when it says like, oh, determine your like chronological age and things like that, this is very important. Rolling on your homeworld, very important. Make sure you have a right homeworld, because these are going to actually influence your stats and stuff. But generally speaking, you're going to be determining your stats pretty normally. It's going to be 2d6 plus 6. 2d6 plus 6 for everything except education, but education is actually determined by how long you've been actually doing things, which is a fairly important idea. Let's see, characteristics, 2d6, strength. Education is a little bit weird because you have to roll, you roll the first time, you get 1080 points, you roll 1d6 and add the result. If it's 5 or 6, you roll again. So, effectively it's 10, let's roll. I rolled a 4, so I've got 14 education, that's it. But if I were to roll a 5, for example, I have 15 education. I have 21 education, I rolled 6. I have 23 education. That's it. Yeah, it may never exceed a character's chronological age, minus 6. Excess EDU points are lost. You have no pursuit experience. Yeah, generally speaking, like, Dusty's been doing stuff for a very long time. He's been doing stuff for the past 30 years. You got basic things like damage modifiers, how general health points work. Because this game actually uses a unique way of doing health, which is everything is actually split up into various body parts. Kind of have a general health point rating, but the general bit is, hey, my arm has been shot, I'm reducing my arm health. My leg has been shot, I'm reducing my leg. I've been shot in my fucking head, I'm going to get shot in my fucking head. This kind of just determines the general health, like stationary health of you. That's kind of the idea there. Reasoning, it's an idea roll, effectively. Luck roll. Luck. Dodge. Dodge. Hit location. Conditions. Your action ranking is a little bit weird. Dexterous explorers, complete more actions in a given amount of time. This is the amount effectively of like how much you can do things within a certain time limit. That's kind of the way that it's saying for like the action ranking is how many things you can get done within or how long it takes you to get certain things done in a certain time limit. Kind of varies how you do the health systems. Your education is going to be based off of one. Like, you have to have a very it's only 9 a.m. where I live. Time zone issue. Everything I know about the series is from Isaac Arthur video, otherwise known to explain why it actually works and what would be a nightmare hellscape. Shut up and drink your youth juice. Yeah. Shut up and jam. Yeah, shut up and drink the music juice. Now, education, you legitimately have to, each one of you after the 10th, your character receives 20 occupation points. Yeah, I received quite a bit of occupation points. I received 160 of them. And you have to put them in these skills. Dusty, over time, quickly became kind of self-evident that he was going to be probably fairly intelligent, but maybe not more efficient than anything. As you can kind of see here, his stats actually turned out to be pretty above average. His power's a little low, but hey, welcome to the infinite grind. This, however, led to me deciding that he is going to be an engineer. So he dumped almost all of his fucking points into engineering in some capacity. Kind of see here, he has 90 points down here. He is a very accomplished engineer by virtue of just dumping most of his education into that. And you kind of see here, he put some education to things like computers, he put a little bit into planetology, mathematics. He's a very qualified individual in that field. But you can dump all your points into being a biologist or a botanist or performance arts if you really want to, fucking weirdo. Which does also lead down to the pursuits table. Pursuits are interesting. These are the amount of careers you've had over your life, effectively. That's kind of the best way to think about it. You're only going to get a certain amount of these pursuits over time. Now, he rolled pretty well. He ended up with kind of a few different pursuits. I actually write them down. I did not write them down. Generally speaking, if I remember correctly, I remember the top of my head, he ended up as a... Not put it down, because I am a fool. I'm a fool. He ended up as a colonist. If I remember correctly, he ended up as a colonist, engineer, and he was colonist, engineer, scientific researcher, and I think he rolled engineer. Nice. He ended up with 4, effectively. And he was pretty competent across the board. He was a colonist who joined... No, he was a explorer. That was it. He was an explorer, colonist, engineer, scientific researcher. So he actually kind of ended up with, like, no money. He's a very poor man, generally speaking. But as you can see here, you actually end up having to get these skills and that you can invest the amount of pursuit points you get. You can get a lot of pursuit points, or you may not get that many at all, but you have multiple talents. And you can divvy up your points based on whatever these are. Simple enough to understand. You can see your wealth, depending on everything is. You're not really going to have a lot of clothes and a lot of abilities. I didn't really put a lot of these things down. I didn't really think I needed it. You do have some special interest points, as you kind of see here. Dusty rolled not great for his special interests, but over time he developed this, how he kind of looks at the world. He's an accomplished engineer. He's very good with computers, very good at math. He's really good at personal flyers. He can repair just about anything. He actually has knowledge of the Ringworld itself with atmospheric crafts and ground vehicles. He is pretty much a driver. He's a driver and he's an engineer. He fixes things. Easy enough to understand. And there are no really weird skill, if that makes sense. The only weird thing is when it comes to the root and branch skills, which make a lot more sense than how they are worded. The root and branch skills are really stupid the way they're worded, but it makes sense of what they're trying to say. Effectively, if we go down to, say... I didn't choose any of the root skills because I didn't really... we'll do, like, planetology for... Actually, no. Bad example. We'll use, like, personal flyers, for example. By default, I have a personal flyers of 65. That's a human-made personal flyer. That's my root. That's my root ability. However... my root maximum is 31, which is by virtue of just being who I am, I can get at least a 31 on certain things before it really starts being kind of like compromised in a way. I can learn how to fly a Kirin fighter pretty reliably. It's going to be not I'm fighting, kind of like an alien personal flyer. It's somewhat similar to mine. That means that I can use that, kind of that root ability a little bit more, and I'm going to be able to develop it further. It's a little bit funky the way that it's worded. Effectively, it's, hey, two athletes, for instance, may have equal percentages in the athletic root skill, but one might have 70 swimming as a branch skill, while the other has earned 2 branches, 70% climb and 30% soccer. You can have various skills underneath the same thing, but you have to wait till you get a certain maximum before you're able to really start branching out, if that makes sense. It's kind of weird. It's effectively preventing you from making, I'm a biologist and I'm master of all biology. No, you're a biologist in a certain field, and because you are an accomplished biologist, different fields now make a little bit more sense to you. You understand the basics of it up to a certain amount. For a particular skill, an explorer can further train, gain experience, or receive roots of research in that skill only as a separate branch. Yeah, there we go. It's a really weird way of handling things, where it's like, hey, I understand that this is my thing. I'm physics cryogenic, physics cryogenics at 85, and my physics crystallography is at 35%. Every other conceivable branch of physics for Myron is exactly 30% until he improves another branch. Easy. It's a really stupid way of learning everything at once. Yeah. Yeah, the way that it's worded is It especially gets weird when you get the idea of xenological qualifiers, which is, there are alien things out there, and because it's an alien thing, you have to be qualified to actually even understand what the fuck you're looking at. Your individual skills. There's a lot of learning skills, if that makes sense. A lot of these skills are about learning something. It's botany. Things like Fast Talk have things, which are there. Fine arts, it's history, law, musicianship, physics, planetology. There's a lot of different skills in this game that really boil down to, we want to learn something. We're trying to learn something. We're trying to understand something. Which we go over training again, D100 system. You already kind of know how this works. There's a lot more stuff here, but the big thing I want to talk about, because I think this is really interesting, is research. The only way to really get a skill past a level 100% is through research, where you actually have to start a research topic. And, for example, I'm going to kind of I'm going to kind of walk you through this, how this is going to work. You might say, hey, I want to determine why the muck beasts, I want to determine their mating habits of the muck beasts. And you might be doing it might be like zoology. You might be kind of doing a bunch of different little skills to learn about, zoology, biology, xenobiology, and you're going to have maybe a few other people helping you out. And what are the number of steps? What do we really got to do? What are we trying to actually do here? And as you kind of see, Sharky's Muck Ogre research project. Complete field observation. You'll bring it to the lab. Lab experimentation is about 250 hours with confirmed data with a biology skill roll. We need to confirm armchair research with zoology skill roll. These are going to take hundreds of hours, but you're building a research project effectively. And I think that's really cool. I think this is kind of a neat way of doing research and doing actual sessions. Because it's not like, oh, hey, I want to, we're going on an adventure to blast an alien. It's, no, we are in this adventure because I want to complete my fucking research grant. Because I need to get money. How do we make sure the Muck Ogres make me money? And that's kind of the idea behind it. There's actually a lot of work you could do with it. I would say you need to base the entire game around it, which this game is maybe. Like, this is like one of those kind of bits here where technically research and development and understanding is very important. It reminds me a lot of the, not unicorn games, Phasa Star Trek, I believe. The Phasa Star Trek games where every single one of the officers playing Phasa Star Trek are scientists in some capacity. You might have sociology, you might have some little science bits here and there. And it's a requirement, effectively, for you to take some science skills to learn, because you're a research vessel, effectively. You're out there exploring and understanding the world around you. The only people who aren't really going to have that are, like, guys who are, like, hardcore in security or whatever. But the really hardcore security guys also are probably going to take things like warfare and tactics, which are, hey, you can still do research with that. Well, Mr. Spock, I've learned that, these people employ, a primitive form of, modern war. Oh, interesting. What do you mean by a primitive form of modern war? Well, they are a literal Bronze Age society who has the concept of generalship. Like, they've actually organized themselves into functional militaries but they really shouldn't have been. It should be more of a warband scale at this stage of development. Ooh. Oh, God. Yeah. Changing human characteristics. God bless the resistance table. Various time movement game intervals. They use the idea of impulses. They use the impulse rating. The impulses are pretty simple. These are measured, we're back to seconds. We're back to seconds. So, a vast majority of the time, is the number of impulses you need to do something. Okay? Now, it's, hey, I'm going to aim my gun and shoot. Aim my gun and shoot somebody. Oh, all right. Okay, easy enough to understand. You're going to make your intent, and that's going to determine the amount of time it takes her to do something. Hey, I want to, like, draw my gun and shoot. Drawing my gun is going to be on 4. Action ranking 4. It's going to take me 4 ticks effectively to bring it out. I'm going to aim it. Do on impulse 5. At the end of impulse 8, as a target, it is ready to fire. Bang. Taking 1 impulse, taking the amount of time. You're going to be measuring almost everything down to the minute impulse. Very small. These are second-long intervals, and it might be 10 seconds. That's 10 seconds where you're doing about 3-4 actions. Okay, now the original target is back on her feet, charging, and recursive player states impulse 12 that she's reacquiring her original target. It doesn't rise. You shot someone, bang, bang. It's a little bit... Yeah, fires what every 3 impulses. Trying to aim towards the ship. Like all normally, like he has like run skill, runs full tilt. Yeah, he's running the fast as he can. There's a lot of little things when it comes to impulse. And it's like, you want to make sure you're moving at the right speed. You want to make sure you're moving at the right section. Being slower on the draw legitimately could kill you. Hey, I'm acting on 7. I'm acting on 6. I draw, but you've already drawn your gun by the time I'm drawing my gun, and I've shot you twice in the... I've already shot you before you can even do anything. Where working it works. It's just very, very encumbering. I'm going to protect the targets, target of opportunity. There's dodge checks, there's surprise checks. Pretty standard stuff. Taking damage sucks, though, and you will die very quickly in the game. You die incredibly fucking quick. Because a weapon might do, oh hey, this weapon does 3d6 damage. Let's say, for example, Dusty here gets shot. Oh no, Dusty has been shot. He rolled a 2. He has a 2, he gets shot in his right leg for 2d6 damage. Cool, his leg is completely disabled. He's been shot in the fucking leg. His leg is disabled. You know, if you kind of do it right on the leg, limb is useless. The explorer falls over. Require one action to rank reorient himself. He may, one action ranking. He may fight for the ground the rest of the action sequence at a penalty, a half normal chance to hit with any melee weapon. Yeah, one hit can really kill you in this very easily. And getting hit by something really big could just be instant death. One of the big things what you need to do at this point, you are going to need to get to an auto docs. You pretty much have automatic healing in the setting as long as you're there, as long as there's an auto doc nearby. There's no auto doc nearby, you're fucking dead, bucko. It is really interesting being like, you're this really high science fiction setting with very human reasons to die horribly and just miserably, and it'll be funny. It's very simple to die in this game, and it's very easy to get absolutely murked. Yeah, and now we get, for this entire section, pretty much just, you want to learn about the lore of the setting? We made it. You can create a Kizan Explorer, which are kind of like another humanoid race. Kizini is scary. You can create a puppeteer if you want. I don't know why you would ever want to create a deer cyborg nightmare monster like that, but you can. Why? Why though? No space glossary. Cool. Telepathic aliens. Here it is. That's pretty much the book. That's all you really need to know. There's a lot of different lore bits and like items and stuff here though. Various communication items, a lot of medical equipment, recreational drugs, various amounts of tools. You kind of see how here everything you could ever possibly need is right here. Want some special vehicles? We've got special vehicles for days. You got some special weapons? Good God. We've got day weapons. You want to get a hand beamer? Hell yeah, hand beamer. Pew, pew. Shoot at people and immediately die. Yeah, a fucking hand beamer, by the way. To give you an idea, a hand beamer does 1d10 plus... actually, let me bring it up. Hand beamer does 1d4 plus 6 damage. You shoot someone with a hand beamer that isn't prepared, I've taken off your leg. Like, for 12 damage, both arms are wrecked. Literally the entire body here, anywhere, is immediately done with a single hand beamer if you don't have problems. Which you probably don't. Because guess what? Even getting like a police weapon is not... Like, laser rifles do D10 plus 30 fucking damage. You're fucked. You are fucked. Especially if you do, like, flashlight lasers. Which are like, yeah, you have a little, like, fucking Star Wars, sword that you can slice someone's face off with. You can. They do a lot of fucking damage. Game's fucking deadly. Even stunners are kind of scary. Like, you can go down very quickly in this game. And you really need to have things like, hey, I have a flak suit on. Even if it's just a flak suit, that's 6 points of damage. It's 4 points of damage. That's something. But that's also a bunch of money you may not have. Generally speaking, you're going to be in a situation where you're going to have at least some equipment ready to do it, but sometimes it's not going to block laser weapons, which, like, oh, cool, you just don't have an ability to block a laser weapon, so all right, fuck off, you're dead. Various creatures throughout the book that you can right here. If you want a bestiary of everything, it's right here. Here we have multiple Ringworld essays. I do mean literally essays, by the way. These are just essays on the entire setting. Hence why this is kind of referred to by many to be a Bible. And it's referred to as a Bible for a good reason. If various different explorer sheets for you to use, Dark Side of the Ringworlds, here's the Ringworld Companion, new abilities, new adventures, new aliens that you can play as. There's a lot of stuff here. And if you really love Ringworld, this is almost like, if you love Ringworld, not having the Ringworld RPG is kind of doing yourself a disservice, because this is the most comprehensive collection of everything in the setting physically possible. Playing that, it's one of those things, like, I don't know what kind of game you would play with Ringworld, though, if that makes sense. Like, you could say, like, oh, well, you can just make any game with the creative enough people, you can make any game you feel like. Arguably, but it's one of those situations where I look at it, I'm like, what am I really doing with this game? What am I really sitting down here? I'm like, do I want to make like a game about like exploring the Ringworld? Do I want to do like a research game? It's kind of one of those bizarre moments. It's like you got to decide what you want to do with Ringworld to actually make it work. But yeah, that's Ringworld. I enjoyed it. I kind of sped through it because the issue with this case in general is that, like, it's pretty much like a generic case. There's just one system, and we already talked about it. It's a D100 roll under system. I can talk about the odd bits, but like the basic core system never really going to change. However, that brings us to our latest game. The one that has been most recently released. And that is, of course, Stormbringer 5th edition, yes. Well, the Stormbringer 5th edition. Released in 2001. Now, of course, I needed to bring Fields de Coomer. I needed to bring him into the field. As you can tell, he's very prepared. And you may be looking at, like, this is probably, like, one of the more, like, well put together looking games here. It's 300 pages, but it's really not 300 pages. But the Field Coomer, weakest Coomer. Stormbringer, if we go to, actually I should go over the basics, shouldn't I? Not Stormbringer 5th edition. No. RPG. There we go. Now, what is this game? This is Michael Moorcock's Stormbringer, or otherwise known as Elric Saga. Elric is a... How do I want to work? You are most likely familiar with characters that are like Elric. A haunted emperor. Oh, God. A haunted emperor of, albino emperor of a long-dying empire, hosted by the powers of chaos in the middle of a struggle between law, chaos, and the forces of balance. Elric is the eternal champion, a cursed being dedicated to bring both chaos and law in conflict with one another, as well as balance. Elric is a depressing sack of shit, and I've read the books, and I love them. You get things such as Geralt of Rivia. Geralt of Rivia is pretty much just Elric with a different name in Polish. A lot of kind of what we would traditionally think of like the sword and sorcery genre, you can really break it down into two camps. You can break it down into the Conan camp of daring adventurers doing daring adventurer thing, and the Elric camp, which is far more esoterica. That makes sense. A lot more weird, a lot more fantastical, if that makes sense. Because Elric does a bunch of shit, and by the end of the series, the world is destroyed. Elric destroys the world, and in turn, dies. But it's about the adventures that he goes on with Stormbringer. As Elric lifted the huge blade easily, it turned in his hand, admiring its alien beauty. Stormbringer, he said. It was suddenly as if he had been born again, and that rune sword was born with him. It was as if they had never been separate. Stormbringer. The sword moaned sweetly, and settled even more smoothly into his grasp. Because Elric uses a haunted great sword called Stormbringer, a chaotic blade of evil that eats the souls of its victims. And Elric is nothing more than a victim that has chosen to wield it. Yes. Yeah, it's funny how much influence things like Stormbringer, the saga have, the Elric saga have actually kind of brought to, the forefront in various ways. Let's actually see, because there is. Let me see if I can find. There's actually quite a few different versions. The original Stormbringer came out in 1981. It's the original box set, Chaosium. Second edition came out in 1985. Third edition, 1987. Fourth edition. Probably this is the version that you've seen at least one cover of. Fourth edition came out in 1990. Yes, this is here. This is probably what people usually kind of call like one of the classic editions of it. Where things get a little bit weird, fifth edition, quote unquote, is called Elric. Capital I, exclamation point, in 1993, written by Lynn Willis himself. That's his main thing. Now, Elric is a little bit weird because this is what people usually call like the main edition. This is, I believe, more of a retread of the first few editions. Very simple, very easy. It's like, oh, Dragon Lords of Melanborn D20 edition. It's pretty much, it was the 5th edition, published in the 90s, the big one, which did lead to 5th edition, published in 2001. It is pretty much Elric, capitalization, just revised slightly to make it a little bit easier to read. Chaos Cult, 2006. They were making books for this up to 2007. 2007, they were making up to here. This is the D20 supplement, 20 version. But yeah, Monographs, Godlaw. This was a pretty large series. I believe there are more. Stormbringer RP. I believe Mongoose is. Let me actually check. Yeah, dropped the Eternal Champion license, picked up by Mongoose. Because Mongoose has. 2007, you have Elric and Melanborn. 2007, you have this version, and then we do 2nd edition. I didn't look in the I didn't look at the 2007 or like any of the future versions of it. Yeah, this is the most recent version, I believe. This is the most recent version, technically. Elric and Melanborn 2nd edition. This is if you want the most recent version of things, this is probably what you're looking for. Looks like the latest thing came out in 2012. Yeah. We're going to go over the 5th edition one by specifically Lynn Willis. Now, I did a little bit of looking on all of these guys because I was curious at the end of the day. You even see people like, and the original version was Ken St. Andre, who made Tunnels and Trolls. Like, he was one of the main guys behind Tunnels and Trolls, which lead to also the game of Wasteland. Yes, as you can tell, there's a shit ton of interlocking parts with these things. He's a very famous game designer. He worked on the original version of it, but it says 5th edition. It's like, oh, 5th edition's by Lynn Willis. But again, Lynn Willis, Richard Watts, Mark Morrison. I did find it funny with Jimmy W. Purcell Jr. We look over here. This is Jimmy. .5e is the last edition. 5e is the latest last edition of the Chaosium version. Yeah. You understand where things get a little bit weird here, Varric. Yeah, this is one of the main guys of it. He wrote the parry rules effectively. Like, a vast majority of like some of the combat rules were actually because of Jimmy W. Purcell Jr., who now works at a law firm in New Mexico. Why did I find this funny? Because it's so fucking random. It is so goddamn random that you look at it and be like, yeah, okay, one of the writers of fucking Stormbringer 5th edition is now a lawyer in the middle of nowhere. Awesome. Gotta love it. But yeah, people liked this game. There wouldn't be a fan site for it if people didn't like it. You kind of see here a lot of links, a lot of articles that you can read on here, a lot of publication stuff for you to make. They have a fanzine apparently. Back in 2005, they had a fanzine. I don't know if they've made anything else. This is actually where I ended up getting the character sheet for this, as you kind of see here. I needed to get a character sheet from here. Now, mind you, there were actually other ones. Hawkmoon. We go to Hawkmoon and Corum. Hawkmoon actually had one. This had its own RPG out there, same BRP. Thought about doing it, but it was kind of like the same thing. You have Michael Moorcock's Mornblade, French translation of the Elric games. Same thing. And you also have the various scenarios over time that people have put out, that have made, that have done things, because that's what you can do. Welcome to Stormbringer. Lots of different people publishing things. Stormbringer is like one of those fascinating series that people do constantly talk about, and I don't think a lot of people talk about Elric as much anymore. People obviously do, but it's not as... People don't talk about Stormbringer very often. Because you have things like RuneQuest, you have things like Mithras, which arguably do what this game is kind of putting down. But the basic idea is, let's learn about the setting. You're taking place in the Young Kingdoms. Pretty much, you have the you have this old empire, the Maleborn Empire, and they are collapsing quickly. In fact, because it's stagnancy. Young Kingdoms are breaking free. They pretty much just have trade, and at the very beginning of the books, effectively, Elric launches a raid with the help of some of the Young Kingdoms and burns down his home city. He burns down his homeland as the emperor, as the former emperor, because he got his fucking crown stolen. Again, keeps happening. Yeah, as you kind of see here, a portion of his power transfer with a weak albino, giving the strength he needed to conclude. At the conclusion of the first book, having made acquaintance with a human hero, Rakir the Red Archer, uses his cousin as regent. He himself goes adventuring the Young Kingdoms for a year in search of knowledge, revitalize his stagnant, dying kingdom. He does his best to learn things, and things go wrong. Very quickly wrong. Yeah, passed against the city. Yeah, Elric lives a very tragic life. And nothing really good happens to him. Generally speaking, nothing good happens to Elric, and nothing is good going to happen to you in general. But magic and things are really important. One of the most important factors, though, is the balance of chaos and law, because these are actually very important entities in the world of Elric, or the Eternal Champion, or the Eternal Cycle. Chaos is destructive, but it is changing. Law is stagnant. Law is stagnant, but stable. Balance is the perfection of both. The problem is, chaos and law do not want balance to come to fruition. Balance sucks for both sides. That's the beautiful thing. Balance sucks for both sides. Chaos wants horrifying chaos. And in time of Elric's time, chaos has started to sprout up far more strong. Law, on the other hand, has always had its grip on places, but it can absolutely decimate places. Well, it's a destruction. It is a destruction of people, destruction of entities, of things, of all the sadness that brings. The 100 game, as always, is going to be rolling under your skill rating. World of the Young Kingdoms. It does do quite a lot to try to give you... Yeah, humanation threat, even this social outlook, tigers, the theocrat. They do their best to like really give you the idea of like you're living in this world. Here's the, please tell us more about this. Hey, tell us more about Pantang. Tell us more about the Purple Towns. Tell us more about the Sorcerer Isle. Tell us more about the Southern Continent in general. Our boy Feels is from Lormere. I know that you like. It's literally the best way to think about it is Lormere is a standard European super nation that is literally risen and falling already. It's not, things are not going well. It's things are not going well for Lormere. And you can play from technically just about any of these, including, hey, this is the city of beggars. Hey, this is the desert. Hey, this is Tanalorn. Hey, this is Vilmer. Go to Vilmer. Everyone does speak literally common. That's just what they speak is common. Mir, technically there are bird people. Fuck the bird people. I always hated them. Chasm and the Nirbrin. Tarkash, Shazar. Elsewhere. There's other people over there. But yeah. This is 54 pages in. We're already in the book. We're already pretty much like we got a good pace going. Feels sort of land of law and not a chaos entity. Yes, because I wanted more skill points. That is the important thing. I wanted more skill points. Because I didn't want to take any magic. That's legitimately the only reason I have law points. Yeah. Look of a man who has given up. You can kind of see by all my various skills that I. So, important rules. Everything is 2d6 plus 6. That is how you can determine all of your attributes. As you can tell by my boy Feels here, he rolled not great, but he didn't roll poorly. I knew he was going to be Fight Man anyway we looked at it because of his 16 strength and 17 constitution. This man is a big man and he's ready to fuck. So, strength, constitution, size, intelligence, average size is kind of defined. I just did the average there. Power. Power is an incredibly important thing. That is your pretty much force of will. You must have a power of 16 to use magic, though. But you're going to be building power pretty consistent, as well as intelligence. Though everything else, you legitimately need to rely more on. Now, this is where we started seeing the rolls go from 3 to 5 around the 2000s era. So instead of saying like, oh, it's 36% chance for an idea check, it's now a 60 for them. It's a little bit, they made things a little bit easier to do. As you kind of even tell, there aren't even as many skills in this game. There are actually very few skills, relatively speaking, compared to the other games we've been going over. But Each of these skills also feel like you actually have a good chance of succeeding at a lot of them. Changes in characteristics, permanently rise higher. Characteristics rolls, very simple stuff here. Your hit points are the average of your con plus your size, which is why, being a manlet, being a 5'10 manlet, he only has 15 HP. Magic points only equal to your POW. You're going to be using magic points pretty consistently by just doing things. You can choose to play a Malborin, or you can choose to play someone else. Generally, or Mirren, that as I say. This brings us to allegiance. Almost every single action you do, you're going to be building allegiance. You're going to be getting 1, 2, 3. You try to do something nice. You try to, like, hey, you want to help the poor. That's going to be a balance act, probably. You want to enforce vagrancy laws. That's going to be law. You want to burn down someone's house. That's going to be a little bit chaotic. Generally speaking, the thing is, though, and this is an important idea, chaos is not evil. Chaos is chaotic. It's normally fairly evil, but chaos is very much like, we just want to spread as much disorder as possible. Law is not always good. It's like, we just want to enforce rigid authority. Balance is pretty much like the only universally good thing, but you have to kind of counteract the good of both of the other sides. That's kind of the idea there. It's like, yeah, if you're an asshole, you're going to be building chaos and balance. You're going to be pretty much building chaos a lot faster than law or balance. But if you're a good person, you're going to be building balance and law a lot consistently. It's not strictly good or bad, but it's not also strictly, that way either. However, your chaos, though, chaos is always building. It's a lot easier. Because when it comes to increasing your allegiance, similar fashion to an experience check, roll D100, rolls less than the current allegiance score, increased by that amount. So pretty much it's, at first, it gets a little bit complicated to start. It's like, oh, well, you're just doing things for doing people, and you're looking like, I'm not going to build anything up. But then you hit kind of like a point of no return, once you've really kind of aligned yourself with one of the factions. Once you've aligned yourself with, you're going to be increasing your allegiance rapidly. It's like, oh, fuck. Now, benefits for an allegiance to chaos. Absolute freedom. You can use magic easy. You're going to and if you go hardcore and getting all the way up chaos, you're effectively going to become immortal. You're great. You're having a ball. Balance, you just get more HP. Balance combines ability with vitality. Elric with all incarnations of the eternal champion. Alternate Dorson works for the restoration of the balance. Law, totalitarianism, rigid conformity, sterility of emotion, peace and stability. Though you get a special place of land that you can call yours. You become a king effectively. But you get no magic as well. That's another big thing. You get no magic. Forever after equal size plus con. Champions of Balance get a shit ton of health. That's pretty much their one advantage. Like, if Fields decided to go hardcore into Balance, he would have a total of 29 HP, which is insane in this game, which is really insane. So, backgrounds. You've got done, you don't really have a surname or anything like that. Birthplace. Your birthplace is going to determine a few things, but not a lot. Determine a lot, but we can, age of the adventure. Cool. Adventure begins 17 plus 1d6 old. You're generally going to be wanting to be fairly healthy going into this. one of the bigger things is that there's no classes, but you end up with occupations. And those occupations, if we go here, can be just about anything. So let's say, for example, let's roll. I got an 80. That means I'm a sailor. Boy, I get a bunch of skill points based on the fact that I am a sailor. But if I roll again, for example, I got a 7. That means I'm a hunter. Hey, I rolled a 75. I'm a peasant. I'm a peasant farmer. As you can tell, peasant farmers, you have a you got like a 60% chance of becoming a peasant farmer if you really want, because that's what happens. You're a fucking peasant farmer. Generally speaking, you're going to have 250 points distributed among any of your 8s. Generally speaking, you're going to want to invest in good things. Hey, everybody. I'm a tax collector. I'm a thief. I'm a troubadour. I'm a slave. I'm a sailor. Yeah. You do get, you can choose to become an extra, kind of a, I'm a sample, I'm a custom adventurer. You don't want one of the 20 occupations. Make up one of your own. 250 more skill points as you said. It's now, for some reason, they don't really tell you this. They kind of put this in a weird place. But if you go all the way up here to our sections up here. Where are you? All the way up here. And if you go all the way over, where are you? Turn to page 72, roll on the distinctive features table. Yeah. Where is it? Yeah. If you're creating a custom adventure, you'll have 250 points among any of the skills that you want. And then you're going to end up getting like some free skills. Because if you choose this denied chaos, you follow law, you allot 20 more percentile to each of 1 to 3 skills already possessing points. You can pretty much choose to get a bunch of abilities or a bunch of stuff you want. It gets a little bit weird because you get things like this. Study the characteristics. Choose one of the following or roll 1d4 for a random result. These are a package of skills, quick way to develop your adventurer. They don't really give you a good indication of this, but you're supposed to have a selection of skills that you are able to just choose right off the bat. 13 skills, accept million of spheres, add 20 points to each. That's what I ended up doing. It's a little bit funky the way they kind of worded that. I understand why they worded it that way, but generally speaking, that's pretty much easy. That's kind of easy the way that's done. Survival tips, extra money, pretty simple stuff. As you can kind of see here, Feels is a sailor. He is a very talented sailor. He is a man who searches around the world, who looking for things. He's a good carpenter. He's good at bargaining. He's pretty good at climbing. He has a very weird amount of natural world. He just kept rolling. I just kept giving him natural world on accident. He just ended up with a lot of that. Where was the other one that he has an absurd amount on? Oh yeah, he does have 70% in his Lorimiran axe because he's a Lorimiran man. He wants to beat people to death with his giant axe. Because that's how we do things here. But as you can kind of see, it's pretty simple to make a character. Some things are just worded a little bit weird, but I might have also just missed things. You don't really have a lot of active equipment to buy, but you also don't really need it. Yeah, none of the skills are really out of place. That's the thing. No skill is really weird. You get one which is fly, but that's for a very specific race. You get things like, oh, oratory. Oratory is just speech. That's all it is. There really aren't other languages. Everyone just speaks fucking common. But welcome to the jam. I'm gonna hit this button. Okay, we're still live. All right. It said we were off. I said I was offline. I was like, oh no, oh no. How long have I been talking to myself like a fucking goober? Oh jeez. Oh gee. Oh jeez, Rick. Oh jeez. Yes. Nothing's too extravagant here, if that makes sense. Basic skill group. It's not difficult to make a character in this game. Arguably, it's pretty simple, all things considering. You know, resistance table, my beloved, we find that again. They do talk about, like, oh, how to train and things like that. You can only go training up to a certain amount. If you've ever played a BRP game, and if anything I've previously talked about still kind of applies here. One of the weirder things is, like, they do apply, like, oh, they kind of change some of the semantics here a bit, but nothing too dramatic. You've already done this if you know about it. One of the stranger bits, though, is hit points. Get wounds. Now, anytime you take HP equal to less than total, about half or less than total your HP points, you're gonna get a minor wound effect. Getting hit at all in this game sucks. Like, they suck. It hurts. Anytime you get hit by anything, you're not having a good time. So it's like, okay, I've been stabbed. I've rolled a 5. Ow! Like I'm not feeling too good. Oof. Feeling too good. However, your major wounds, though, injuries cost the adventurer more than half of their total HP. These are bad. This is, hey, a severed leg tendon causing limping, or fused ankle bones causing limping, back muscles, or spinal nerve damage. You lose 1d3 dex. Maximum move is now 1d3 less, still able to fight. Taking a major wound can actually fuck you up, and like you might be out, especially when you get to a point where it's like, yeah, you're dead on the ground pretty much. Like you aren't getting back up, especially if you take fatal wounds. Fatal wound costs more hit points than the adventurer currently has. Leads to death if round or one of the following hit points rise to at least 1, the adventurer is near death but did not die. Yeah. Pretty much, you're gonna get hurt pretty fast. But one of the big things is you can actually heal in, combat, mostly when using physic. Now, one of the examples here is, they actually do a big example here is, this guy gets a knife thrown at him. He takes 3 HP. He's taking 3 HP in damage. So, Harold entertainment and bolts the door behind him. He pulls out the wicked bloody blade in his shoulder and attempts to treat the wound with physic. You roll 49. You've hurt yourself more. So pretty much the idea is, hey, you've been cut with a sword. You can not do anything and attempt to, like, heal yourself. Don't do that if you're in the middle of a combat, though. You're gonna get fucked up. But, like, hey, you've been shot with an arrow. You need to back up, get behind cover, pull the fucking arrow out, and try to, like, stuff something in there real fast. It's like, yeah, I don't want to fucking die. And you have to, you'll be able to restore this per injury. Which you do end up with things like, oh, hey, you can fall out of a fucking window, and it's like, yeah, you take a major wound, luck roll, so the wound is not permanent injury. Weakened game as say he'll become unconscious in 4 combat rounds, 1 round for each hit point he currently possesses. Getting hurt in this game is easy. 1 bad hit will kill you. But combat operates kind of in the same way. It's how are you acting, where are you going, but how do we change the initiative system? Yet again, The best way to think about the initiative system is you make your action, you make a statement, you do any magic bullshit, and then your dex rank is actually determining your order. So if your dex is 17, you're going to be going before the person at 16, going before the person at going before person at 15, etc., etc., etc. Now, however, let's say for example, let's say for example, I have 15 in dex, you have 15 dex, I'm going to hit you and you're going to hit me. Now, I have a short sword, you have a long sword. You're going to hit me before I hit you. You're going to go, haha, bang, and you're going to kill me. However, if I have a long sword and you have a short sword, I'm going to hit you before you hit me. So it's kind of like we have to kind of choose like who's going before who. Where it comes to things like, yeah, you want to make a parry or a dodge, you're going to end up doing it first. It's like, yeah, I want to dodge out of the way. I want to get out of the way. I want to hurt, I don't want to die. Getting hit by anything in this game is a fucking mess. Even fumbling hurts. And generally speaking, though, gameplay is pretty fucking fast. And, attack and parry notes 2 instances when a weapon loses parry and things like that. Armor's taken off the top. Pretty simple to get armor. Generally speaking, you want to get armor that is fitted to you. And you should wear armor. This is the big thing. You should wear armor. The only issue with armor is the fact that, one, it blocks damage, but it's going to slow you down. That's the kind of the big, that's like, yeah, you're going to be not going as fast as you possibly can. It's like, yeah, we wanted to break my shield by trying to reduce damage with my shield. Please don't hurt me. I don't want to die. Again, even like one or two good hits can easily kill you. Yeah, they kind of go over like, here's broadswords, cutlass, various different kind of weapons for you to use. To kind of give you an example of like how deadly this game can be, this is my Lorimir axe. My Lorimir axe is effectively a big ass fucking weapon. I want to hit you with my Lorimir axe. If I manage to hit you, I'm going to deal 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've done a total of 12 damage to you. 12 fucking damage, and you have an armor of a D6. You still take 9 damage. 9 damage for this? I'm taking a major wound, effectively. I'm already at half. I'm not feeling too hot, Mr. Stark. And some of these can be very dangerous. Even like a D10. Like a D10 is like very bad. Because even when it's even guaranteed damage, you're going to get hit and you're going to go down very, very easily. Now, you do get things like armor, and like, oh, armor doesn't actually block that much. It's not very reliable. The issue again is, hey, you might burden you some, and it's like, yeah, cool, I have plate mail on. You're not really going fast, are you? It's also hellishly expensive. Like, the only really good one is Melon Bone and Half Plate, because Melon Bone and Half Plate is going to be your ability to pretty much block most damage or a Melon Bone Plate. However, that is also hellishly expensive, and you won't get it, because everyone hates you. Everybody laugh. But yeah, that's kind of the basics. Like, combat is very fast. That's a very consistent theme of a lot of BRP games. Combat is fast, combat is deadly, combat does not give a fuck about you. No direct combat, nonetheless, game action should be alert for jumps, leaps, test, and balance. Yeah, one of the most partial things about having like really heavy armor on is A, you have very heavy armor on, and everyone's going to probably tell. And 2, you can't exactly sleep in your plate mail. And if you can, you're insane. Slippery surfaces, lots of stunning moves. there's a lot of stuff here. This is clearly like a 5th edition of a game, obviously. Now, you're going to end up with some points in magic. Some people can use magic. Some people don't. You don't need to use magic. Easy enough to understand. Like, getting magic actually bumps up your chaos rating. Any magic bumps up your chaos rating. You're going to be learning magic primarily by learning it in tomes and things. Even having like lower than average power, it means you can't use a magic. You need to bump up your power to actually even have a chance of doing that. And even if you do, you can only learn a certain amount of spells totaling up to your intelligence. So being stupid but very powerful means you can't really use many spells. But what do spells look like? What do they actually do? Well, if we kind of go spells and play, durations. If you kind of see here, you can do like bonds and break. Range is tough, chaotic. Invisible chains of great strength clamp what other spell is cast upon. Person or thing cannot significantly move limb, finger, or tentacle tongue while the effect lasts. Works only on living tissue. A successful pow roll and resistance table once per round, and a 3-point undo magic can cancel bonds and break. The best thing to think about is you burn power to do things. Hey, fuck you. You don't get to use any more magic anymore. Or hey, you do this. You're using magic more in a way to pretty much ask for power from other people. Chaos is all about making your life miserable. Healing is technically chaotic. Healing is a chaotic ability. Even having Hell's Armor is a chaotic ability. You want to pretty much get abilities and things, and it's pretty easy for you to get abilities. Get spells. But Law doesn't have any spells. That's the beautiful thing. You don't really, like, the spells here aren't big at all, nor do they really need to be big. Now, of course, you can, like, do some summoning stuff. As you can see, these are the spells. You have 3 lawful spells and a shit ton of chaotic ones. Notice how there's no balance spells. Technically, if you're balanced, you can use any spell you feel like. The problem being is everyone dislikes you. You know, that little detail. Now, summoning is 95% about trying to take and bind things to you. It's like, hey, I need to use magic points. I need to use more of this. I want to add this. I want to get a demon. I want to summon a demon to help me. Cool. You want to summon a demon to help you. Cool. You're going to have to negotiate. You might have to bind them. God help you if you want to bind more than one demon. And you always are going to be burning your magic. So make sure you have enough of them, because if you don't have enough of them, you aren't going to have any, and they're going to break free and probably kill you and eat your bones and laugh at you. You need what's left unsatisfied, causes them to become bulky and uncontrollable. Great neglect. Have demons' ability and skills, could die if needed long neglected. Yeah, it's like, write diary, curse frequently, expose the object to the sun. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you can do to really kind of like give demons a lot of power. Becoming a demon summoner makes you incredibly powerful in this game. The problem being is that you're fucking summoning demons, you fucking lunatic. You fucking goblinoid. What the fuck are you on about? Elementals are like universally not as good. That's like one of the things. However, the big thing with elementals is that they are a lot friendlier at the end of the day. Elementals kind of just want to help. That's the thing. They just kind of want to help. They are beings of perfect balance. That's the big thing with the elemental. They are pretty okay with anything as long as they are kind of in the middle of things. They don't really care. We are cool. You know, Temple of Grome, Temple of the Gnomes. Grey Lords, Lords of Inertia, the influence on the world, the greatest in Tanalorn, when they seem to serve of balance, serving its aspects and stability. Grey Lords are inevitable stagnation and boredom. So in this manner are not opposed to law. However, the law of Lords of Inertia more akin to chaos in their whimsy. Yeah. You kind of see the way they want. They pretty much want you to. They are doing everything in their power to make sure that you summon in the worst objects or the best objects possible. Don't summon anything. Being a wizard is gay. Remember, kids, being a wizard makes you gay. Yeah, lots of sorcerer's training, lots of information about the setting, about the enemies you're going to be encountering. Generally speaking, if you are encountering people or things, stab it and run. Don't get into fights. Fights are scary. Oh no, look everyone, it's a giant orange baboon! I don't want to fight the giant orange baboon! Cause it's a fucking baboon! Like, oh, this is terrible. Like, this is utterly horrifying. I hate this. Oh no, everyone, it's a gigantic devil rider of Patang. No, I don't want to deal with devil lizards. Fuck that! I'm going to die. How about we just don't do that? How about we just don't deal with this bullshit? I don't. Hunting dogs in Jersey. I'm going to die. Lots of things for you to stab, and lots of things to kill, and lots of things for you to beat the shit out of. You know, Steve, the Mocker, the Young Kingdoms Digest. And if you've ever found something you just wanted, like, oh no, it's an archer. Since drill training is not important for archers as the hand-to-hand fighters, archers are militia volunteers rather than professional soldiers. Like, oh no, there's an archer. You hit him once, he's probably going to die. See, like, that's like one of the funny things with, like, you encounter like an average human being, like even like a barbarian warrior. He's 21 years old. He's rolled up on you. We're fighting him. I'm fighting him, fighting you. And let's say, for example, you know, we find a barbarian warrior. Good old Feels here is saying, okay, he's up in my grill a little bit. I'm gonna swing at him before he can really swing at me. He's gonna roll with his axe. And he rolls a 9. He rolls an impale effectively. And you want to know why? Because he rolled an impale. What's going to happen? He's going to take his 3d6. And take his 3d6 plus 1d4. And he's going to roll. Wow, he rolled dog shit. 8, 9. He rolled 13. And if we add in the fact that he crit, I believe he adds an additional. No, he just maxes it. I think he just maxes damage. That'd be 6, 12, 18, 22. How much health, how much armor does this guy? 1d6. Let's say leather and ring. Let's say he has leather and ring on, full leather and ring. So 4. He has managed to take 18 damage and die instantaneously. Just dead on the ground. Oh, he's going to try to make a dot. Oh, he's going to try to block. Okay, you want to try to block? All right, he's going to try to parry everybody. He's going to try to hit it away. Oh no! Big scary monster going to fucking kill me. Oh no! I rolled a 90, and he just fucks that up and dies immediately. Like, yeah, you hit like one good hit on someone, it's over. And I do like that fact about this game. This game is very deadly. And they kind of go over like the various personalities of various people in Elric's story, and more often than not, including Prince Gaynor. Here's Prince Gaynor. I can never take him seriously, unfortunately. Yeah, Melbourne Grand Admiral Moonglum. Hello, Moonglum. We all love Moonglum. Various individuals over time. Empress of the Dawn. Oh, we've got enchanted statuettes. Red Archer, Doomed Companion, the Warrior Priest of Foom. Yeah. Yeah, technically, like, you are building it pretty consistently. Let me see. This is Stormbringer himself. Stormbringer itself has 666 chaos to kind of give you an idea that he's maybe not a good person. Yeah. Friends and enemies and all that jazz will always build up. I don't think they even... No, I don't think they even actually build, like... I don't think they actually stat. They stat... Not stat Elric? I don't think they do. Yeah, there we go. Elric. Here's Elric. Yeah, Elric's, Elric lives a tragic life. Yeah, Stormbringer, he's perfect with Stormbringer, as he has an 880% with it. And he rolled for all his fucking damage 2d8 plus 1d6 plus 17d10. Like, he hits you with anything, you're just dead. Like, you just die. Yeah, Elric is incredibly overpowered in this game. But it makes sense, because he's the eternal fucking champion. Yeah, yeah, it's a, I like this game. I think it's a nice game. I think it's a fun game. Good ideas, good things around, lots of ideas, lots of things. I would say, like, the one issue with it is, like, you have to be versed in Stormbringer. You have to be versed in... Congrats. Death. Congrats. You die immediately, and everyone laughs at you. You have to be versed in Stormbringer and the Michael Moorcock and the Eternal Champion verse to really understand the nature of the game and why it's so deadly. And if you want a game where, like, oh, well, we can survive and we can fight. No, absolutely not. You die so quickly in this game. Like, an actual, honest to God, fair fight sucks. Never fight fair. Always be a dick. Bring a demon to the fight. Bring a knife to a fist fight. Never fight fair. You will fucking die. And I think I like that aspect about the game. It does have, like, a very meaty quality to it. I think the problem is, this is my thing, it's so easy to die. It's so easy to get just crippled. And character creation takes just long enough where it can be like, oh, you've been immediately killed. Like, you've been immediately killed the first round of fucking combat because they got an impale off on you and completely murked your health. And you've taken a major wound where they sever your spine or something. It's either like, well, we either make it so, like, it's not really that bad, don't worry, please don't. Or it's like, okay, roll up a new character now because you just immediately died. Like, that's going to appeal to some people. That is going to really sour the taste in others. It really depends on how you want to play your games. But that is the BRP case. basic role-play, I don't think is going to go anywhere anytime soon. I don't think we're going to see the, it's not going to, like, disappear one day. We'll never see it again. Chaosium is going to stick around for at least a while. I think in the future here, they're going to have to adapt a little bit more. Mostly with the, the changing times of the T's and things like that. They've been doing pretty good with it, especially with their flagship title of, Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu can be run just about anywhere and anything, and it's incredibly popular. But I think that's one of the issues with BRP in the long run as well, is Call of Cthulhu is so massively fucking popular. Even things like RuneQuest are pretty popular, all things considering. Even this isn't even dealing with things like Mithras, where I don't think people really want to like make their own BRP games. They want to make like small variations to. They either want to make small variations to BRP games, or they want to make their own game that feels like BRP rather than strictly just use the license for it. That's why I didn't want to go over like the other engines or whatever, because I'm like, this isn't really like, they don't slap the BRP logo on there kind of thing. And I think it's just because Call of Cthulhu is really popular. I think a lot of their games that they have worked for, kind of will overshadow infinitely just making Call of Cthulhu expansions, or like, oh hey, we could make our own game, or we can just run it in Call of fucking Cthulhu like everyone else. Ironically speaking, they have made they've made one of the most popular games of all time, and nobody wants to use their other games. But hopefully today I introduced you to some of BRP is very fascinating. It's ups, it's downs, it's tragedies, it's very funny, weird shit when it comes to the furries. But you know what time it is, everybody? Time for me to get a watch. Otherwise known as me run another ad, because we gotta get the Kickstarter. Boop 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 boop, and I love Kickstarter. I don't. I don't like Kickstarter. Okay. Let's go to games. Explore games. Tabletop news. Oh, that's saved projects. Let's we want to go by the newest, and we want to do tabletop games. Let's see. Saved Star City, 65 hours to go. That's going to fail. 11 days to go. People keep putting money into it. So let's see. Tyrants. Okay, so that failed. Reich was just funny. That was kind of a disaster piece of a. You failed. You succeeded. We don't need more. We don't need anymore. Alchemistress, we don't need any more. Beat Monster. Yeah, no, these two, I'm not. Yeah, I'm very curious how this one's going to go. I don't think it's going to go, but I find it funny. Yes, welcome to Kickstarter. Kickstarter. So much fun, everyone. So. Blessed in the Blasphemous. Call of Cthulhu campaign. Yeah, you can't make this shit up. I'm timing everything perfectly. Wild West Fantasy. 5e. Fuck. 5e. Mark. STL. Dark After Dawn. Oh, that's not a good sign. Deck building game. STL files. Crystal Punk setting. All right. That doesn't sound real. That doesn't sound real at all. A Western Punk event, no. Western Punk Western punk? Really? Really? We're doing Western punk now? No. No. No Western punk. Stop it. Oh, looks like we got a German cult version coming out. D&D 5e. Book of Villainy. Oh my goodness. 5e supplements. I love 5e. It's the best game ever created. Oh my god, it's amazing. I love I love it. I love 5e. I love 5e. Markberg. It's Markberg. I can't wake up any fucking more. It's Markberg. Markberg. It's fucking 5e. Oh, that's fucking cursed. No, don't do. Don't. Don't do what I think you're doing. Don't stop that. Stop that right fucking. 3D printable noodle stand. Wow, cool. Mycology. The board game of foraging for fungi. Cool. Awesome. So, okay. Alright. We got a solo game for any. Okay, that's. Oh. Oh no. I am in abject horror. I hate this. I hate this. I hate everything. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh. Oh. Rowan the Kingslayer. That's not a you can't call it that. No one's gonna use it for that. They just want to masturbate to it. That's all it is. That's all it is. Oh, I get to do my favorite game. Kinks and cantrips. What? No, we are not doing a fucking 5e sourcebook about exploring our kinks. No. No, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me. Oh, jeez, Chris. Oh, we got another one. Sandbox system creation of planet. All right, okay, we're doing it. We're doing it. We're gaming. Wow. I hate all of this. Oh, the Terminator RPG. Oh yeah, the Terminator RPG came out. Yeah. I forgot the Terminator RPG came out. Okay, let's start going. Tabletop news. How have you been doing, tabletop news? Money cannot build a community, although a long-standing board game entity give us board game news started small and free. Final case, it was also very strange. 10 episodes. This limited series, a weekly news show. Demas, appreciate what you've made. Like the in-depth Twitter thread. Tabletop. Produce created a space for many years. Haven't created our own brands, channels, and properties. Yeah, tabletop news is our first time bringing all those things together in one hut. It's unfortunate that we feel we're disconnected from the very community we're creating better part. Hopefully the resources mentioned above, interviews, live streams, chaos. Like, I'm actually... We'll look at this late in a bit. After the dark after the dawn. Let's, okay, let's, custom system. Dark after dawn created, single D6 open-ended attribute system to sublime slimline mechanics slimline narrative play. Oh geez. Character life path systems looks interesting. I have a feeling that this is going to be, you need 7,500. What do you need that for? It's a D6 game. I'll keep an eye out on it. Might be interesting. Harrow, the Blighted Plane. Who's doing this? Monty Cook, Underground Oracle Publishing. It's Crystal Punk. I love Crystal Punk. I love doing Crystal. Explore the Cypher system. I've never been a fan of the Cypher system. They might have fixed it, but I read that first edition of Numenera. I'm like, ugh. Ugh. Maybe I'll keep an eye on this one. The Vagabond TTRPG. People have like to play modern TTRPG, medieval romance, dungeon synth, and litany of dungeon crawlers. Modern express things get weird. Vagabond system playtest. Master the hardest job at the table. Let's have mental burden running games with the Arbiter. And focus on creative elements. Here must prove their worth. Will not be making D20 rolls for any enemies. Oh. D20. You need $25,000? What the fuck are you doing with $25,000? What in the fuck are you smoking? Sponsorship from this Kickstarter goes toward writing and development? You need $25,000 for not even a fucking physical book. Not even a fucking physical book. Like, any award-winning... Aaron Pounds? Who the fuck are you? Aaron Pounds. Aaron Pounds. Like, why does he need 25,000 fucking dollars? That's what I want to know. Like, I'm actually genuinely curious. Like, he's a YouTuber. Structaboy? Like, Silver... Like, what have you done? I'm actually curious. Structaboy. Oh. Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I see a soy... Oh, no. He's a fucking 5e YouTuber. Oh. Oh, Lord Almighty. Mashallah. Inshallah, my brothers. I need know. And he doesn't explain why he needs 25,000. He doesn't actually explain why he needs 25,000 fucking dollars. That's an insane amount. I don't know, like 15,000 I could see, like, okay, maybe he wants to like expand things out a lot more. I could see that, like 15,000, understandable. 25,000 USD though, that's a weird amount of money. Like, I guess, like, yeah, he has to fund his life, but also fuck off with Western punk. Fuck off. Fuck off and die. This is exactly, oh jeez, exactly. I fucking hate you. Where the hell? Solo. Two-player body parasite attempting to modify the mind of the other player. Seems interesting enough, maybe. Might be decent as a. Okay, now we get to kinks and cantrips. Oh, what the fuck are you on about? Oh no! Whole new class. What? No. Oh God. Oh, you know what I've clicked on? Jesus Christ almighty. No. Click that out. Key to new star. That's funny. Hours in May, 75% cleave, 200-page manual. Differences in species. Oh, are you a furry game? You might be a furry game. Are you using AI for this? Like, are you using... That's always like one of those questions, like, are you using AI for this? Or is this like an actual, like, artwork? Because like, some of these will look a little bit rough. Not, I don't know about that. Tactical combat RPG, alternate rolling 20, where monsters are literal and political terrorize the earth. Oh, it's based out of California. I remember them talking about this game. I remember them talking about this game a while ago. Ooh, Banshir Groose. I've seen this game before. It looks like it made its goal, so maybe that'll be something to talk about. Survive this! Western Horror tabletop game. Playable classes. What are we playing? What are we playing? Oh, it's a D20 game. It's a D20 game. It's a D20 OGL thing. Mystic Space. Mashup of XCOM and D&D 4E. I've played Halo. You'll probably like it if you have paused the Halo LAN party. Thought 4E was really ahead of its time. Hey, do you think I could run Traveler with it? Argued about which Mass Effect romance option is best. It's obviously Garrus. You only expand for the third time when you grind for loot in Destiny. Thought I love character options in Lancer. I wish it was easy to prep as stars without number. I hate you. Don't ruin anything for me. Do not ruin Mass Effect for me. I like Mass Effect. I think it's a cool setting. Don't ruin it for me. And you are ruining it for me. I hate every single thing you just said there. I despise that. Stop that. Stop it now. Stop it. Get some help. Okay, so now we get to play the game of me trying to interpret what the fuck is going on. Space control game. Everyone takes control of a race. Character. Yeah, looks like there's some various cards. They're probably character cards that you have to slot in and then you have to move around. Yeah, that'd be my guess. Probably these are the main like races that you have to worry about. Um, I see Booba Pirates. I see. Yeah, no, they got an audience for me. They have successfully got my audience. What have you created? Oh. Like, that would be my guess, is that, like, it's literally, like, just control, like, various parts of space as you just war among each other. Like Twilight Imperium as done by Monster Girl Encyclopedia. Alright, I'm down. Based. Machina Area. And Machina Area. I wonder what this game's going to be about. It's another card game. Looks like it's a card game with, like, special abilities or... I mean, I guess this is like the playboard, I guess. Yeah, I guess this would be like a playboard and, like, you're, like, using the cards to do stuff. Like, on a grid or something. Yeah, it looks like it's, like, on a grid. Like... What the fuck are you on about? What in the fuck? What in the fuck are you on about? Your curiosity. I think, like, do they have a video? No, they have no video. Make 100. Fuck is make? Make 100. Yeah, okay. Kickstarter was a bust as always. Mass Effect. Do not ruin Mass Effect for me. I like Mass Effect. I think it's cool. I think it's neat. Mass Effect 2 will always be the best Mass Effect, and I will fight fucking anybody on that one. I will fight people on. I mean, like, they said they had a Twitter thing about it. Let them make a wild bet. Gonna make a wild bet, like... They already have funding, by the way. I can tell you that much. They've got a... Like, they already have a good chunk of money. Like, they got a good chunk of fucking money. And, like, I have no goddamn idea why the hell people are giving them money. Because, like, I don't... The weird thing is, like, I genuinely have no idea... like, what they're, like, looking to do. I do not actually think this is a Kickstarter for money. If that makes sense. I don't think it's like a Kickstarter for, like, actual $110,000 is nothing. This is an interest check. Because the thing is, they already have a studio, and they've clearly already filmed things. They clearly already have... Let's actually see. Already... We're only so many talented tabletop creators, writers, journalists, not to mention we're not trying to replace them with shows, game, and outlet for more people to discover them. They're beyond just reporting new other segments. First look exclusive, community events and conventions, buyout, BIPOC spotlights, hobbies insights, sponsors. Absolutely. Sponsors have deals and give sponsors the benefit of attaching their brands to tabletop news. They fucking will, by the way. Yeah, they already have sponsors. Like, that would be, like, my weird thing, is, like... They're taking... The thing is, they're already going to be taking money for it. And that's how it's funded. Why are you doing a Kickstarter? That's my big question. Why are you doing the Kickstarter? Like, do your hosts only play TTRPG, not board game or card game? No. Why is your Kickstarter goal so high? How did you... We've done budget for a year of weekly content, but quite frankly, the numbers isn't reasonable for Kickstarter. Feels like an intimidating goal at time, but this is a number we're confident we can hit. Build runway for... Be more enticing physical reward. How about a board game related rewards? Yeah, why are there episodes as if it's a season? Are you making the entertainment production or providing news and information? Both. You want to provide news and spotlight into the tabletop community in an informative way. It's not like a season because it's a jumping off point. Every intention for weekly episodes consistently. I genuinely like... There's something we're not seeing. This is the thing. There's something we're not seeing here. Because they already have money. That's the thing. They already have the money. That's the big thing. They already have money, obviously. That's not like a... That shouldn't be like a revelation. No. It's... I just don't know who's giving them their money. That's the thing. If I knew who was giving them their money, I would feel a lot more confident about this. But this feels really weird. Like that's the weird thing. It's like yeah, it's one of those things like something isn't right here. Something does not feel correct. And there's something really sketchy about it. And I don't know if it's on them. I don't know if it's just the wording. Something feels really sketchy. And not in like a, oh, this could be fun that we're, you know, this is a fun little thing. Came into light sleep. What the fuck is that? That's tabletop news. Tabletop news is making a system, making a like a weekly show, I guess, about tabletop news. But it's like only they're asking for 150 grand to make like 10 episodes. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing is, I know for a fact that is not a Kickstarter for money. They're like, oh, it's $150,000. We need the money for, you know, launch everything. I'm like, that studio for a week cost 150 grand. That's the thing. That's the beautiful thing. That studio cost 150 grand. The multiple presenters cost 150 grand. That's not about that. The 150 grand is more. That is purely to show investors that there's interest. And already, trust me, if I was looking at this already, and the fact that it hasn't succeeded already with 20 days down and it hasn't succeeded, I would be very hesitant to invest any amount of money into things. I'd be like, unless we see like a big uptick. But they don't like really present things very well. I think that's kind of like the biggest issue. Let's see. Tickets charged? Cool. Solo war games released. More 24XX stuff. 24XX, 24XX, everything's 24XX. Among the Stars, Flying Circus, remade aircraft for Flying Circus. That's the PBTA game, if I remember correctly. Autism and ADHD. I need to... What? Man, I sure do love having a time blindness. Why would you want to... If you're playing tabletop games, you're already a little autistic, let's be honest with ourselves. Barrel Fever, Lawman... deep and calculated gunfight, poker-themed character creation. More add V expansion kits. Okay, I mean... Might add that. Not, solo postcard war. I mean... Looks interesting. Looks like it's a postcard war. Postcard war. Tell me more. Tell me more. Like a very small war game that plays like a war game and not an abstract strategy game. Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I've been thinking about doing more I've been thinking about doing more war game design. I've been wanting to, but it's just like, how do you get in? Wow, I can't hear about the blandest, most boring tykes about D&D and Marvel games. See, the weird thing is, they say like, oh, it's not just going to be about the big game. It's going to have like all the indie stuff in it. Which, my thing is like, that is fundamentally a terrible fucking idea. That is the worst goddamn idea to talk about indie shit. Like, unless it's big indie shit. That's kind of the idea. Unless it's like, oh, wow, there's a new Fate game. Oh, wow, there's a new PBTA game. It's like, it will be about the most boring shit imaginable, or they won't get any view. It's like, oh, well, we got Matt Mercer to play a game. It's like, yeah, you got Matt fucking Mercer to play it. They don't give a shit about the game. They care about Matt fucking Mercer talking about that. Ugh. And I'm not a fan of Matt Mercer, but I can understand that, you know, fucking money is money. And the thing is, with that news, there will be absolutely no negative information about them. Absolutely no negative info. Which I'm a very strong belief that you don't really know a person until you know what they don't like. Which is a weird thing to say. It's like, you really do not understand someone until you can understand what they dislike. Because then you can form a better opinion on like what they like, what they do. You know, all new shit clone 5e is farming a lot of... you mean Shadow Dark? I believe that's what it's called? Shadow Dark? The multi-million-dollar super machine that will print out endless money? That shit's gonna print money, by the way. I hope you do know that, Martg. Mark. You do know that's what's gonna happen. That shit fucking prints money. Because she has playbooks in it, baby! Boom, community content. Boom, community driven. Boom! I think the Kobold Press not 5e will print money. I don't think so. And then, here's the issue with the Kobold Press not 5e. They really need to have something to present itself more. Or like, as being something other than not 5e. Like, that's the issue with... I've seen the things on Black Flag. And I'm like... Ooh, give me something else to work with here, Kobold. Come on, baby. Give me something to work with. Because, like, it feels really similar. And you can make an argument like, oh, well, that's maybe the point, you know. I think I should ask Shadow Dark Girl for a license. You can get a license for free. It's already available. You probably she's gonna bring out like a fancier one, but like, yeah, you can start making Shadow Dark compatible stuff already with it. And I know, Varric, that's your absolute favorite. I know D&D is your favorite game. Oh, translation license. Yeah, that could work. Though I would say, do not mention you're Russian. Oh, you're not Russian. You're absolutely not, my friend. You are not Russian. You are... Varric, I hate to break it to you, brother. She's going to be the type to say you're Russian, you were killing you personally are murdering Ukrainians with your bare hands. Most likely you can get away by saying you're, something literally anything else other than that. We'd ask to translate the Russian language and half our team lives in Israel. Yeah, that adds up for you, Varric. That adds up quite a bit, actually. Yeah, I would say, yeah, ask to translate the Russian language, and honestly, maybe try to get like a Yiddish license as well. Kind of put the two together, being like, hey, we're a Russian Yiddish team or something like that. You don't even have to get out the Yiddish version, but it sounds a lot better. And if she gets a little bit pissy about it, you can put the note about it being ADL. You can put a little ADL note in there. That would be funny. But yeah, no. Though she might already have it. Even some funny give us license. True. But yeah. There are at least 5 other dice options other than Mud D20 and other words other than D&D use. No. The thing is, Kobold Press Black Flag was just going to be... You gotta remember, Black Flag was just going to be a 5e supplement. And they're like, oh, it's its own brand new thing now. It's not. It's going to be a 5e game. And thinking that it's not going to be a 5e game is insanity. That is legitimate. Like, you are looking at something and refusing to believe it exists. It's going to be a 5e game. In all but name. Yeah, 5e is Black Flag is a 5e retro clone from the start. That is the stupidest fucking thing I've heard. I hate the term 5e retro clone. I hate that. I despise that term. Oh god, I'm not being like Varric, I hate you. No, it's like I hate 5e retro clone as like a term now. I despise that. I think that is the stupidest fucking thing. And I say it's the stupidest fucking thing in the world because it's like what's going to happen is that everyone's going to be making retro clones. We technically already have 5e retro clones. I know we do. I know. That's the worst part. I'm amazed the level up 5e guys haven't just fucking offed to themselves yet at this point. I am amazed that they have just not blown their fucking heads off. I'm saying this is like a net, I hate you. No, I'm legitimately like, the OGL crisis nearly killed their business. Now everybody else is running up their own 5e stuff with a lot more marketing behind it. All of a sudden, ooh, a level of 5e ain't doing too hot. Imagine making worse 5e. Well, I think that's like one of the issues with all these 5e like retro clones and stuff is like, you have to compete against Hasbro and Wizards of the Coast. You may not like Wizards of the Coast. You may not like Hasbro. You may not like them. But there's one thing that they have. This is the most important thing. This is the most important fucking thing they have. They have a shit ton of money. They've got a lot of editors. They got a lot of people to look at shit. They are releasing the new 5e next year. It's not... It's one D&D, Varric. I don't know what you're talking about. It's one D&D. I always knew from the get-go it was just going to be 5.5. I knew from the get-go it was going to be 5.5, and that's all it was going to be. But now it's just like vaguely racist 5e, and that's funnier to me. Sorry, half-bloods. You don't exist anymore. Sorry. It's racist to assume people would actually, from 2 different cultures would like one another. Like... Oh no. That's a little bit racist. Thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, I want to call it there. Thank you all for watching. My name is Notepad Anon. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Godspeed, good luck. I will see you all most likely. I think you have seen... I saw a bit of the new Orc license. From what I saw with it, I don't think they want like a controlling committee anymore. That's the weird thing. I don't know about that. The Orc license, yeah, I know we can. I'll VC. That's an interesting. That's going to be an interesting set of questions for that one. I don't know how the Orc license is going to go. It's not the final draft, of course. All right, Godspeed. Good luck. You know the rest.